Uh, Welcome back. Uh, uh, Secretary of NRA, executive board members of NRA, and all the participants and the commentators, paper presenters in this program. We'd like to start the new session. Actually, this is the sixth session that we are going to conduct on the theme of the governance and institutional arrangements. In this session, this session will be chaired by Mr. Dhruva Prasad Sharma, Dhruva sir, who is also the executive board member of NRA and also the former secretary of Government of Nepal. And the paper will be presented by Engineer Ramkrishna Sapkota, secretary of NRA, and the commentators are Dr. Marco Gamer, who is the head of European Union, EU delegation to Nepal. Dr. Marco, are you here? Have you been connected?
Yes, yes, sir. I'm connected.
The technical team, please give the connection. Marco, okay. Dr. Marco,
Okay.
welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to the program. Yeah, it is mute. Maybe the technical team, please unmute. Okay. Welcome.
So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Well.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your participation. We are very much delighted for your participations in this session. And again, Mr. Lilamani Paudel. Lilamani sir, are you there? Lilamani sir? Lilamani Paudel? Maybe he is on the connecting within a short time. And we'll also introduce him. He is a former Chief Secretary of Government of Nepal and also the former ambassador from Nepal to China. So he will be joining shortly. I would like to hand over now to the session chair, Mr. Dhruva Sharma, and then he will be conducting the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Respected CEO, sir, Secretary at the NRA, National Reconstruction Authority, Executive Committee member, Dr. Chandra Shrestha, and other colleagues from NRA, and expert, excellencies, and participants on the event. I would like to welcome to you all on board. Especially the governance paper is very, very important. Among the thematic area we are covering, the governance is cross-cutting issue. At the time of the NRA establishment, there are a lot of NGOs are in the field, as former Secretary Lilamani Paudel already told about it. And the time pressure we had, 5 years time pressure we had, there are a lot of IDPs in the tent, and NRA posture was very hopeful at that time. So at that period, the political transition and state restructuring process and the election was in front. So that at this critical time, we changed CEO, 4 CEO in 2 years, and the secretary also during 2 years, 4 secretary also changed. And there are a lot of staff changing from the MOGA, and the structural, organizational structural has been revisited from the beginning when the CEO and the secretary has been changed. So that the NRA also facing the problem of turnover of the staffing and some budgeting and collaborating and other activities also impacted by this context. We had only 3 documents: the PDNA at that time, the Act approved by the Parliament, Legislature Parliament at that time, then Legislature Parliament, and the agreement with the donors between government and the donor, Nepal government and the donors. These are the 3 papers we with us before initiating the NRA activities in December 2015. So at this point of time, we started a very hopeful situation, and the situation was not good until 2 years' times of establishment. So we are facing several problems, and a compendium also represent all of the problems, challenges, and we had a key message and conclusions, and some exit strategy also shown in the compendium, and we are drafted compendium with the help of our former secretary Pratap Kumar Pathak, and CEO sir advice and executive committee member advice several times, and the thematic team member also advice, and it was drafted, and it will be submitted to ICNR in probably in April 2021. So we are in the developing process of the companion document. So your feedback, your suggestion in this regard will be very valuable and fruitful. I would like to welcome the presenter. We have presenter from the NRA, Secretary Ramkrishna Sapkota, engineer, he is engineer. And I would like to welcome to commentator, Mr. Marco Zemer, Dr. Marco Zemer, head of the Cooperations EU. I would like to welcome Dr. Marco, and Lilamadi Paudel. He is the chief secretary. He was the chief secretary at the time of the disaster. I was also secretary at that time. Under the chief secretary Lilamadi Paudel, with together under the Ministry of Peace and Reconstruction and Ministry of Information and Communication as well. I would like to welcome Chief Secretary sir, former Chief Secretary Lilamadi Paudel, and Marco Zemer also. Without taking much time, I will invite to presenter Mr. Ramkrishna Sapkota, Secretary NRA.
Thank you, respected Chair.
The time is 30 minutes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, respected Session Chair, Dhuru Prasad Sharma, overall Program Chair Sushil Sir, CEO NRA, and the Director and Convener of ICNR, distinguished commentators, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. In this session, I am addressing governance and institutional issues that NRA has faced since its creation over the 5 years ago, My aim is to highlight what we have learned and how we apply those lessons to the governance and organization of any authority with a similar mandate. Governance can be described as the overarching thematic area. One could say the driving force behind all other elements of the recovery and reconstruction endeavor, and upon which the success or failure of the whole program lies. Underpinning this governance are several fundamental pillars, including all the policies, legislation, procedures, guidelines, course, and so on and so forth that were developed and promulgated. Equally important are all the human resources engaged, both within the NRA and those in all the agencies engaged in all the fields of activities. None the least of which are the beneficiaries themselves. Of course, there are numerous other elements that make up the institutional arrangement that the government Nepal put into place to respond to this massive disaster, and these will now look at in my presentation. This will be reflected in the challenges faced, strategies developed to mitigate them, the lesson that we have learned along the way, some conclusions drawn, and some final messages for us all to take away. Obviously, with 5 years of experience in governing the reconstruction endeavor, NRA has accumulated a vast body of knowledge during this period. So what we now present is really only a snapshot of that. And it is important to recall that this will all be presented in much more depth in the governance and institutional arrangement chapter in our compendium, which we intend to have completed and published in the coming months. With this, let me move on with the presentation. Next slide. 2015, as you all know, brought us here in Nepal a huge disaster. As you heard from Chief Executive NDRIMB, Mr. Anil Pokhrel, a huge and a successful rescue and relief effort was put swiftly into place, but of course this needed to be built upon and to be taken forward into the recovery and reconstruction period and process. At the operational context, even as we moved forward, remained turbulent. As you can see, several additional challenges were presented to us that had to be overcome, even as we started to gear up to address the reconstruction process. Given the volatile environment, the environment made a highly strategic decision to establish the NRA as a special purpose vehicle with a structure and mandate suited to the need of fast-tracking procedures, having a required autonomy and an initial lifespan to tackle the bulk of works ahead. I will describe later. However, this setting up took time, and the NRA only became operational in 2016, transitioning in to taking up his role, function, and tasks. Now, coming off for 5 years of his life, NRA has not only achieved significant results, as you have heard in other presentations these past 2 days, but also already started preparing for its own disengagement. Next slide. As you can see, at an institutional and organizational level, several of the issues we faced were fund-related from intended reconstruction fund, which we tried but were not able to fully operationalize, to having to manage funds, 1.5 budget, 1.5 treasury, and a blend of these to dealing with numerous donors and partners, each also with their own funding delivery modalities and conditions, and to managing with significantly less funds than required impact to cover the whole reconstruction program. NRA has achieved excellent results. Having now presented some challenges with financing efforts, it must also be said that without all the strong support provided by our development partners, much of the progress achieved would not have been possible in the first place. Another key area of challenge faced were externalities, political transition, shift to federalism, and decentralized structures, the establishment of local governments with whom we then had to set up coordination mechanism, and the integral role that also needed coordination of the CLPIs at the outset, still under their own line ministries. From the human resource perspective, all too regular changes in the center leadership, myself a part of this unfortunately, has occasionally given different priority and focus and even mixed messages to the staff particularly. At the same time, the huge task of recruiting, training, and deploying more than 3,000 engineers and over 70,000 masons was not a small human resource measure that needed to be undertaken. Finally, and certainly, delays in the setting up of NRA cell at the same time, trying to undertake and deliver on the objectives and against pressure and urgent needs of the beneficiaries, added to the list of challenges at a central level. Next slide. At an operational level, too, several challenges had to be overcome during the last 5 years. And of course, additional challenges are there due to the COVID-19. This has given extra work, hinder movement, enforced new security and health measures, and put in jeopardy the health of some of our own staff, including even our own CEO, who luckily has so much energy to have won that battle. We have worked in a fragile ecological environment that continued to challenge us with landslides and floods as we try to move reconstruction forward. We have had to take up the mantle of working with so many different partners, local governments, NGOs, existing and new district structures, and also provincial bodies. We have also had to practically and structurally evolve ourselves, trying to decipher what is the role we have had to play, and that which is expected of us in relation to coordination and implementation. Underneath all this, our staff, often rather more used to normal bureaucratic daily work, have had to adapt and adjust to the pressure and expectations of high-speed delivery, and for the most part have really stood up to the task. However, at the same time, there have also been periods with huge gaps in our human resources. At one time, as many as 70% of the vacancies in technical staff positions. Next slide. In order to respond to those challenges and issues, NRA has adopted a number of strategies and approaches to face up to and overcome these and many other challenges we have faced. NRA established numerous strategies and challenges. Regarding funds, we set up a 3-tranche distribution system to ensure accountability and provide a space for the owner-driven approach to be feasible. Monitoring both on and off budget has been an integral element of our public finance management, with fund flow and account with budget management system being implemented with support from some of our development partners. Setting of NGO guidelines supported our management of the plethora of local actors involved in the reconstruction process. However, I would like to highlight 2 main strategies. Firstly, about the NRA itself as a special purpose vehicle. While some of the intended powers and authority did not materialize, these include contracting, fast-track procurement, and reconstruction fund. Other elements of its mandate have really enabled the level of progress that has been made, and I'll come to that in more detail in my next slide. The second element I would like to say is a unique and excellent model of accountability and transparency. The system we have put in place for handling beneficiary grievances and complaints. It provides 4 levels, and its beneficiaries are supported, including a toll-free number to call, a grievance handling documentary system, holding public hearings at grassroots level, and having an appellate committee of judges who are legal counsel to make judicial decision on specific cases, and that act is a kind of autonomous watchdog entity that holds NRA accountable. Next slide. As mentioned, NRA as a special purpose vehicle has as one of its characteristics the ability to adapt and evolve based on need and to remain fit for purpose. This is both in terms of the changing landscape of actors NRA has to coordinate and collaborate with, but also in its own internal structure. At the outset, NRA has collaborating with project units under the purview of their own line ministries, often due to existing engagement and financing arrangement with development partners. However, this created some confusion for the project units themselves, having to, if you like, report to 2 bosses. Thus, in collaboration with key development partners and short-term experts, as well as the line ministry involved, we restructured the organization, shifting all project units, both central and district entities, directly under the purview of NRA itself, which enabled the improved flow of information, streamlined coordination, and mitigated the confusion that had previously existed. The new governance structure also provided clarity for those agents directly implementing reconstruction activities. Next slide. A special part of our strategic philosophy, if you like, was based on the understanding that we did not have substantial knowledge and experience documented from past experiences such as these. So even having a certain mandate, it became clear that we should avoid putting Nepal into a similar situation after NRA closes its door in December 2021. And to ensure that what we do, not just in terms of reconstruction with a focus on building back better, resilience, and such like, but also from a governance perspective, enables our institutional memory and a legacy to be established and guarded. Several steps and intended policy and practice measures are already being either planned or put into place. These include fiscal structures, I've given in the slide, and the capturing our corporate experience in a compendium of which this seminar presents a snapshot of the main themes or areas of work we have been involved in. As you are perhaps aware, actually this seminar is being held on days that were intended to be the holding of an international conference, but due to COVID, that has now been postponed to April next year, aligning to the 6th Earthquake Memorial Day. In that event, we, along with other reconstruction stakeholders and partners that have been supporting us, will be disseminating the Nepal experience more broadly. Finally, we have already taken several strides in the development of this engagement strategy, so-called as it is, for us, a gradual phase process with prerequisite milestone that must be made, a roadmap of action and activities laid out, and roles and responsibility that must be gradually transferred to a number of specific agencies, most notably, NDRI, YMA, and the local governments. Some key development partners are already working with both NRA and NDRI, YMA in this regard, planning already for a smooth transition of power and authority for the latter half of 2021. Next slide. Now, I would like to highlight some of the lessons learned. So many lessons have been learned, in fact, and most importantly, captured through events such as this, through numerous scientific, institutional, and open source papers being elaborated and our institutional memory. All these will be part and parcel of what becomes NRA legacy, and the stepping stones and handrails for entities such as NDRI, YMA to use and to build on. Regarding our relation with partners and other reconstruction actors, we have learned to balance our expectations and needs with their realities, conditions that have to be made, other works and priorities they are engaged in, but also with the drive to meet global good practice of working through and aligned to host country procedures and systems. Building this trust and shared ownership and maintaining these relationships takes time and requires continuous engagement and effort from all parties. We have learned that all the intended powers should have been allocated as proposed, and from the onset of the establishment of the authority, including its full financial autonomy and authority, as well as having it off and functional far more swiftly after the disaster restore. The adaptability that has been implemented by NRA was essential and successful, being able to set deadlines, for example, for trans-dispersal, but also being able to be flexible about their being met, particularly in the Nepalese context. So also to the people that are focused what intentionally, household centered. We have seen that continuous change in the leadership, even with, stability in policy and legislation, hasn't been conducive to always, smooth sailing. Certainly, an SPB of this nature requires stable and maintained senior officers in place to ensure that visions and objectives envisaged at the outset are continuously targeted, focused on, and worked towards. For this, political backing and consensus as well as backstopping is a must, and wisely, the NRA was at least established under the direct purview of the Office of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, with the Honorable Prime Minister himself also chairing the NRA's Advisory Council and Registering Committee. Next slide. In conclusion, the strategy and the logic of establishing a special purpose vehicle was founded. To a very large extent, NRA has delivered on its target despite numerous hurdles. Now it remains for this, let's call it a good practice or best practices to be rolled out, and the approaches implemented through local government and through NDRI as possible. The NDRI can usefully take on some of the policy, procedures, and practices that have been tried and tested over the past 5 years. Having said that, several aspects must be addressed, including pre-disaster precision in the agency mandate, policies and standard operating procedures, ensuring that focal themes such as poverty, vulnerability, gender, displacement, and other are included in the organization's mandate, and that the entity is non-bureaucratic in nature. It really matters. Next slide. Further conclusions we have reached include thematic, sectoral, and human capacity elements. From a sectoral perspective, disaster and hazard risks informed analysis should be connected to and included in longer-term development planning. As part of this, specialist staff with specific skill sets and a related experience in disaster management, DRM response and recovery should be identified, developed, and engaged, following the principle of forms follows function. That is, the organization is set up and established specifically with its focus and a purpose in view. With this in mind, from an institutional to operation level, certain actions are required. Technical assistance cannot be standalone. It needs to be accompanied by economic, social, and cultural emphasis and support, and backed up at the highest level. Remaining at the grassroots level, capacity development of municipality, TUCM, DM, and recovery and reconstruction coordination and implementation roles will be essential. At higher levels, legislation and policies must provide an enabling environment for effective and efficient governance oversight and delivery, and reviewed and amended as required to remain suitable for purpose. The status quo should not become the norm. The entity should be, from the outset, designed and run as a learning organization. These approaches really need to be supported by our development partners and donors, which needs establishing trust in national systems and with consensus on what the priorities are to be jointly worked on. Next slide. This is my final slide, and this is about key messages. It is indeed a challenge to synthesize this wealth of experience and learning into a few key messages. And anyway, I have suggested 8 key messages over here. Number one of the messages is, this issue has been mentioned in earlier paper as well. The dedicated entity like NRA is essential to respond to essential delivery of emergency public goods. Otherwise, it is very, very difficult to deliver by normal institution. Another point is, NRA has a number of best practices, and this is the time to embed those practices into policies by NDRRMA and other concerned institutions of the government. Disaster preparedness and institutional and operational adaptability are they have to be strongly based on the result of research and analysis. I mean, it has to be based on fact finding. It has to be based on evidence. Disaster risk management and recovery agency needs permanence and stability to operate at optimum level. Experienced personnel on a recognized career path are central to this, because SRM is very, very important. And quite valued to have those personnel. We have to ensure constant engagement with the people we are trying to support. The affected people or beneficiaries, above all, their involvement in decisions which impact directly on their lives. This is obvious, but we have to remind ourselves constantly not to get distracted from this important element in reconstruction operation. Right from the beginning, if people are empowered, engaged, then definitely they will have the ownership, and they will help, reconstruction responses as quickly as possible. Development partners to support the development of our national system, procedures, and protocols. This will have long-term impact on our sustainable development, post-disaster reconstruction, and national resilience. In fact, we want to develop our country system, and we request development partner to further strengthen our country system. So, another important aspect that I would like to add is post-disaster experience in other countries shows that usually lessons are neither learned nor applied. Now the important question is: are you learning, remembering, and applying the lessons of the last 5 years, be they the varying institutional responses to the Gorkha earthquake 2015, the 2018 monsoon floods, or to COVID-19? Experience would suggest that we still have some way to go. This is an end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Ramkrishna Savkota, Engineer and Secretary of the National Reconstruction Authority, for your nice and concise, valuable presentation you made. And I would like to invite two commentators. First of all, Dr. Marco Zimmer, Head of the Cooperation European Commission, European Union. I would like to invite Marco.
Yeah.
Dr. Marco.
Yes. So is my microphone open? Sir, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. The
Mr.
time
Chair,
is, the time is allocated 10 minutes for you, for your comments.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I have a very difficult situation to comment on such an excellent presentation, which was very precise and made 10 key conclusions summarizing 5 years' work. Nonetheless, and this why it is so difficult, I also reached out to my colleague Mim Hamal and to our EU expert Dr. Adi Walker to help me with comments. And I think what we came up with is not really comments, but some reflections, because there is nothing we can comment on such a good presentation. Two verbs that come into my mind when we are talking about the governance and institutional arrangements is forgetting and funding. Human beings tend to forget. I mean, you see the ceiling fan on my ceiling here. This reminds me every day it can also be warm in Kathmandu, and without the ceiling fan, I would forget that there can be a warm period. And I think we have an issue with these episodic natural hazards. If they don't happen every year, people forget about this. And once people forget about it, we have a struggle about the funding. And I think funding, it was one of the recommendations or the key messages, is very important to maintain and have the sustainability of what you have built together. I will get back to the forgetting and funding when I go to the 5 key messages I would like to highlight. Maybe on the context, we see that a lot of progress has been made despite the turbulence, or significant turbulences and changing in the operations of the environment. The political transition, the shift of government, the embargo from India, and so on. And now we have the COVID. But still, within just 5 years, a lot has been accomplished in the reconstruction endeavor, particularly given the extreme and diverse conditions and environment in which this had to be done. So the governance behind the and over the reconstruction scene has played a very enabling role in this. However, part of that good governance has been based on solid relations with partners, donors, third sector, private sector. And this in itself has created a huge task for all of you in the operating context, in coordination and establish the relationships. And I think this is one of the main messages that Mr. Secretary gave, that humans can make the difference. And I think here, the right humans were in charge of this relationship management with the partners within Nepal, with the civil society, but the results speak for themselves, and this is really points out how much you have worked on the teamwork approach. My second point is to talk about the fitness for purpose. I really appreciate how everybody involved was willing to adapt to the new situations and the challenges, and how the NRA still remained a learning organization. So not coming up with a top-down approach saying we know now how to do it, but I think the NRA and all the engineers, Mr. Skopta expressed that more than 3,000 engineers had to be coordinated. So I think this is there was a very difficult task in getting the feedback from these 3,000 engineers and still remaining a learning organization, ready to acknowledge shortcomings, but focusing on the building that better. And there is a special purpose vehicle, of course. This needs all powers and authority intended for it. And certainly at the outset, we saw the struggle and perhaps time lost when trying to get the reconstruction fund up and running. However, even though this did not materialize, the NRA has adopted accordingly. So I would really like to comment how Mr. Skopta also expressed how the NRA remained a learning organization in order to implement the mandate. Talking about persons, I mentioned it already, it's really human beings that make a difference, especially when in the field of natural disasters. And the strong leadership is paramount, and this was also very much pointed out in the presentation. We understand there have been 4 different CEOs and 5 different secretaries in just 5 years. While it's clear from the progress made that due to the establishment of coherent policy and procedures that outside the NRA, this has not been too disturbing, but it's recommended to the government that for this special vehicle of this nature and purpose, the leadership continuity is really high and should have a very high priority, if not alone for the well-being, motivation, support of the organizational staff. I think this is very important that that the people who got the experience, who have the experience passing it on, also get a career development chance within this organization, for everybody to benefit from this knowledge and from this dedicated team. One point on the grievance handling, and I think this is where the verb forgetting goes along also with forgiving. I work myself for a big organization, and we make mistakes, and sometimes it takes us time to also adapt the way we are working. So human beings are very easy in forgetting, but they are very difficult in forgiving. And I think forgiving is an element where grievance handling and trust building was very important for the NRA, because the trust building showed a commitment to ensure that the citizens' voices are heard. Although in the first year after the earthquake, there may have been some difficulties. So I think it was very important to hear the citizens' voices, to adapt it to the institutional style, and also make best use as a learning organization how to hear the voices and how to adapt the institutional setting, the arrangements and the governance to the public voices. But it was truly remarkable and unique, and you have a robust model which shows the dedication to good governance principles and accountability and transparency. Having the appeal committee as a kind of external unbiased watchdog entity is excellent, because I think it helps any organization to get better. It will take time, but I think here in the institutional arrangements, everything that can be done has been done. And one of the last points Mr. Secretary mentioned is the disengagement. We are really encouraged that this far ahead of time, the important aspect of disengagement is being taken so seriously. So the early preparation, not just in this, but for all important measures, is paramount. And bringing the right actors together, like in this seminar, is essential. And the European Union is very happy to be part of this, as we are also able to support this event and having one of our experts also in the seminar. So this is very important to continue bringing the actors together at an early time. And talking about the sustainability and legacy, as Mr. Sapkota mentioned, the NRA's best practices is your institutional memory, if you like. It must be integrated, institutionalized into other agencies that take over the powers, the responsibilities, the functions, the knowledge, and of course the learning. Because there was a reason how you build up in your institutional arrangements, the learning arrangements for this very difficult challenges. So we came into the earthquake in 2015, lacking much of that knowledge and experience. But for future generations, this will certainly not be the case because of your work. So I would like to congratulate you for the work you have done. And I can say again, as Mr. Sapkota has already stated, we do not only apply the lesson we learn, we also have to share them with others. And this brings me now to my last point, to maybe the first 5 key messages that Mr. Secretary has presented here. So I myself emerged from a hydrometeorological risks community, and I mentioned already the word forgetting. When an earthquake does not happen every year, when a flooding does not happen every year, when a drought does not happen every year, when a landslide does not happen every year, people forget about it. This is human nature. We are always thinking back of the past and try to get the best positive views of it. But as soon as there is a forgetting, there is a fight for the funding. So I think this is one of the messages I have learned in my career, and why it is so important to have this governance and institutional arrangements anchored, because we don't know when the next earthquake will happen, but we know, us in this community, it is very important to continue the work and to hand over the work. And at one point there will be fights for the funding, because then there was no earthquake in hopefully very, very long time. And then people will start asking, why do we need to allocate money for earthquake recovery or earthquake preparedness? So this is what we see with all natural hazards. So there's always a fight for the funding. So I think this is one of the key messages, number 4, that Mr. Secretary made. Agency stability matters, permanence, experience, personal career pathways. So there needs to be institutional funding continued, not in the next 5 years, not in the next 10 years, in the next 100 years, to make sure that experienced personnel continues working on this earthquake recovery and on earthquake preparedness. Because once there is no funding anymore for personnel, all what you have done will be lost. key message 5 of Mr. Secretary, money makes things possible, but humans make things happen. I think this goes along what I said. We need people to make sure that we are not forgetting and then continue ensuring the funding of this important work. This goes then along with the first 3 key messages that Mr. Secretary made. We need a special vehicle. Autonomy in funding is required. We need to continue the personal, the activities and so on. And this will take time, and this goes along with key message number 2. The best practices have to be integrated in the relevant institutions. This will take time. We should not forget doing that. And once there is a transfer of these best practices to other institutions, also in the other institutions, there needs to be persons working on it. If persons don't continue in other institutions, then we will lose what was achieved by you in the last 5 years. So I will close my comments now, and please don't forget the 2 verbs, forgetting and funding. If we don't forget the funding, I think then we will remain on a very good track. Mr. Sapkota, congratulations on your very precise and excellent presentations. I will give back the floor now to Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marco Zimmer, for your comments. Especially you highlighted the funding is required for such a vehicle like NRA is required for the sustainability of the organization and functioning the activities. Other 5 key messages also you mentioned. Our secretary write down, and our staff also recorded your message. That is the good lesson to be replicated to other organizations such as NDRRMA and other line ministries and the local government also. And you also highlighted teamwork method adopted by the NRA is very appreciated by you, and good relation with partners is also appreciated. And 3,000 engineers mobilized at a time. I think this is very Herculean task to hire the engineers at a time with the traditional procedure, our guidelines, using traditional guidelines and methods. The then secretary, Mr. Dipendranath Sharma, I remember that he used to hiring these engineers at a very limited time. So I thank you for your valuable comment in this regard. And I would like to welcome Leelamani sir. Leelamani sir?
Yes.
Leelamani sir.
Yes. Okay. My microphone is okay. I don't know.
Yeah, you are okay. Yeah,
okay, sir.
some loud would be better.
Okay. Yeah, I have made a maximum possible that output.
Yeah, it's fine. You can please go.
Will I start or need something?
It's fine.
You start, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all the representatives from NRA, including the CEO Gemali and all participants. First of all, I would like to commend the Secretary Ramkishnji. He has excellently presented and articulated the problems and issues, and then what worked and what did not work, and then how we can carry forward the lesson we've learned. Let me give you a very brief background of how that NRA was evolved. Basically, the governance, while talking about the special purpose vehicle, and then at that time we have a lot of discussions whether that NRA special organization is needed or not, if needed, and then what rules and mandate it will have. It should be. That was the a very debatable and then discussed here and there. And some of the participants in the discussion have the view that the ministry, if given some more authority and more resources, including financial and human resources, then the ministry themselves, line ministries, can handle that businesses. Some coordination unit in the Prime Minister's office would be fine. No need a separate organization. And then that was, some people have that some opinion. And then some thought that no, there must be one organization like in India, whose after that the Bhuj earthquake in India in 2012, I think, they created a very powerful and the organization that handles all kinds of all the reconstruction activities on their own. They implement the programs and the projects themselves, that kind of organization. And then later on, we come up with a hybrid type of organization. In your paper, although you didn't mention here in your presentation, but in your paper, I noticed that there are some lapses and lagunas of the hybrid organization. Definitely, there are some pros and cons of any types of organization. That's why the hybrid type of current organization must have also some inherent problems. But this is the best model that we thought at that time that can handle the situation. If we create an independently new body, that new body requires entirely a new staff, have to hire new staff, and then all the new staffs needs to start from the very scratch, everything from the planning stage. Even that for tendering, they need to have, they prepare the tender documents and so, and then they may not have the knowledge even that the opening tenders and then evaluating those sort of things, that knowledge may not have it for the new organizations. But the line ministries who work for that particular activity have that already knowledge, and that they have been working there. Only they can scale up, and then that's why they can quick deliver. And then I myself and then some other colleagues strongly argued that there should not be an organization, entirely new organization that handles everything, and then including that project implementation and operations. That would be another disaster, we said. And then later on we could convince, and then hybrid type of organization came in. That's why this is the best model, I would say. And there are some kinds of the different opinions, and then what sort of the authority, what extent of the authority should be assigned to these kinds of organizations so that they can effectively function. That is the very so different kinds of arguments that can also be there. But what we thought is that the agencies should have the capability fully to coordinate the different agencies. That is we thought when we designed this. And then second, that agency must have some knowledge so that it can facilitate the other agencies also, should have a specialized knowledge also, and then can mobilize that resources for the benefit of the line ministries and other executive agencies. Second. Third, what we thought that agency must have the finance and the central depository of fund and the central depository of information. And the fund is needed so that it can control the agencies or facilitate the agencies, and then agency can abide by the NEA. Otherwise, they would not. If finance goes through directly from the Ministry of Finance to the line ministries, and then they don't need to contact even listen that this type of organization. That's why we strongly argued that fund should channel through the authority. Although there will be one more step, but doesn't matter. And then it must go through the NRA so that NRA can have the hook to the implementing executing agency, and then to get the information, and they should have that central depository of information. They can analyze the information and make the flexible changes in the policies and procedures and programs. And then it must facilitate the implementing agencies with the separate procedures and mechanisms for implementing the projects with a given time frame, and that's not on the business as usual. And then for that, the agency must provide this, and the agency we create, special purpose vehicle we create, must facilitate by providing the faster, quicker, and flexible model of the implementation or execution of the project. And they have to develop, standardize, and then enforce. For enforcing, sometimes there might be a question of the compliance. That's why we thought that there must be some mechanism to take action even. If they cannot directly take action as per the different rules and regulations for the civil servants, and then at least they can recommend for the action, and then that action must be complied by the line agencies to follow. That is what we thought that should be incorporated in the act. These were the basic things. If there are some lapses on that particular part, I would like to request SAPCOTA again to go back and see the act and then be more specific than rather than talking about niceties. You know? When we're talking about the emulating a model of this kinds of the model for in the future, and then we must know that what actually works and what not, and then what lapses was there, and then that should be very specific, particularly role and responsibility given to this organization, and then the capability to enforce it, and then if not complied, and then sometimes take a punitive action. That kinds of the whole set of the procedures and mechanisms or the right and duties are there or not. What I mean to say that the right, the authority must have commensurate with the accountability, but the accountability must commensurate with the authority as well. If we give more authority but without accountability, there can be a misuse of the rights and authority. If we give the more accountability but less authority, and then they cannot function. That's why that we have to think about those sort of things. When we go, I'll go through that, and then you have a lot of talk about the, you talk a lot of about the in your paper, although you presented very succinctly about the staff allocations, particularly from the deputations they have brought in from the ministries. This kinds of problem, and then somewhere you have mentioned that the secretary is controlled by chief secretary. You yourself is being a secretary, that might be somehow corrected. No, the chief secretary cannot control you. No? Although you have to go and then just consult with him, and then even you need not to report him. No, there is no channel for reporting him, and then your performance are not evaluated by chief secretary, and then your performance is directly evaluated by CEO, but that was not properly institutionalized, so that the secretary themselves feel that they are independent, and then they are the government secretaries, and then that's why some sort of the problems might have occurred. And definitely you have mentioned about the turnover, high turnover of CEOs as well, and then talk about the high turnover of staff, and then lack of interest of the line ministries staff to come here. To solve this kinds of problem, what I believe also that the NRA must be very lean, thin, smart, and the highly professional body. The people hired from outside, from the market, not rely on not rely on the government, because it should not directly handle the project, not execute the project. That was not envisaged. Although you have taken some responsibility of executing some projects, some symbolic projects, that's fine. But by and large, the NRA was not conceived as an executing agency of the projects. That's why you don't need a lot of staff in your headquarters and then hire from the invite from the government. Just if you want, you can bring one secretary, or even not necessary. CEO is, and then what you can do is that, what you could have done is that mostly hire the people from the market and the very small, and then they can backstop to the line agencies in case of the special knowledge required, and then prepare some document, facilitate them, and disburse fund, and then collect information and analyze. That is what you can do with a very limited skeleton of organization. And then on that case, and that situation, you would not have faced any kinds of the problem of high turnover of staff. Now, this might have some problem of institutionalizing the knowledge as well in the future also, because there are so many people involved, and that nobody might have the sufficient knowledge of complete knowledge of transferring to the government agencies. When some people work throughout, and there might be some people hired from market or from the government working throughout the period from the beginning to the end, and then such people might be somehow tied up with the new institutions we have created, that is the Disaster Risk Response Management Authority under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and then sufficient knowledge and the expertise can be transferred to them so that it can be utilized and it can properly be institutionalized in the future. One more comment for the NRA, and then it's my observation. You have too much occupied on creating some documents and some committees, and then you have mentioned one layer was also redundant, and then very cumbersome organizations are difficult to deliver, no? And then should have a more smart organization rather than so much a clumsy organization, and also some sort of the documentations like preparing just some manuals, some models, so many committees. Sometimes that the committees authorities are overlapping and what is happening, and then nobody knows, and then might be very difficult to interlink and coordinate. And the best thing that the NRA did, is that it itself was evolving organization, learned from evolving and changing so many things during the course of implementation, created district level offices, and then earlier it was not conceived and not perceived. And then later on the elected bodies came, and then you coordinated with them, and then continuously that transition, those previous procedures with the new elected bodies, and then that was the excellent kinds of the transition from the one political administrative setup to the another political administrative setup at the local level, and that is what I felt. And then one very lapse, I should say that a little bit behind difficult NRA, although Mr. Gyamali mentioned in the earlier morning session, there was that relocation that has a lot of social, political, so many implications. But that part was a little bit lagging behind than any other activities. Other things you have done excellent. I would like to commend you all, and then that's all. And then I have put a lot of remarks, not remarks, just pointed out with highlights, red color in your paper, and then I will forward it to the NRA Secretariat, so that, and then you can go and look it on that, and then review that particular section. I have some put remarks with this, and then I would like to stop here and then hand over mic to the chair. If there are some questions, please first pass on to me, and then I have to leave quickly. Sorry for that, not being able to give longer time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, former Chief Secretary and Ambassador, Nepalese Ambassador to China, former Ambassador. Thank you for your valuable comments, especially what was happening right after the rescue and relief operation to establishment of the NRA. That was very, very debatable subject at that time, whether it is a necessity of the special purpose vehicle or not. That is you mentioned. Yes, you earlier session you mentioned the NGO anarchism in the field level. Sometimes we are also facing similar type of the operation in the reconstruction phase also, and we streamlined NGOs with the developing of the NGO guideline in this regard. And your suggestion especially suggested to paper presenter to be objective rather than elaborating and doable suggestion to be mentioned as you suggested, and your feedback will be highly appreciated if you forward in a written after sometimes that will be added some value to our compendium in the future. Thank you very much, Lilamani sir, for your comments again. There are two questions also are in chat box. Mr. Ram Prasad Bhandari and Deependranath Sharma, former secretary of MOUD, us. I would like to request to present paper presenter, Mr. Ram Krishna Sabkota, secretary, to address some of the issues raised by the commentators.
Mr.
Thank
Chair, sorry, Mr. Chair, I interrupted. Sorry for that. No, can I have some time so that if there are some questions and then so that I have to leave quickly. No? That's why I beg a pardon for that.
Sure.
Just Lilamani sir, would it be possible, maybe around half an hour? It's not possible. If it would be
Half
possible,
an hour
it would
would be. I have another appointment.
We'll conclude the session within half an hour so that we can also maybe, if possible. Yeah.
15 minutes I can stay.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. This will quickly start our feedback and suggestions.
Okay. Thank you very much, chair of the session, and the two prominent commentators, Dr. Marco first from European Union, Dr. Marco, and then our former Chief Secretary Lilamani sir. Let's move to Marco. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Marco, for your very, very valuable comment. Suggestions. And one suggestion I would say, this is something like there is one saying, $1 million question and something like that. $1 million suggestion, forgetting and funding. If we forget, there is no one to fund, no one to provide funding. So in order to retain that situation, the response, the difficulty we have faced, then we need to document, we need to continue, okay? We need to internalize. If that can happen, then only, government or the sponsor or funding agency is, pressure to provide funding. That's $1 million suggestion so far, I guess. Thank you very much for your suggestion, and all these suggestions are noted, recorded, virtually and physically as well. We'll take into account all these comments. And regarding to Lilamani sir, Lilamani sir, he has a wealth of public administration, experience. You have initially focused on the history of establishment of NRA, how it was created, and how did you come to create that institution? What were the hurdles, the troubles tracking, creating institution like this? And then you focus on, practical aspect, what to be considered and what to be, what not to be forgotten. Okay, those aspects, which are very, very valuable for the, disaster response entity. And here all these suggestions have been noted and recorded also. I think from the governance part of view, there are, CEO and Dhruva sir. I would like to just mention here that, this thematic paper has received tremendous input. Okay, and this thematic paper has been led by Dhruva Sharma, a member, of the executive committee, and input, provided by a number of prominent persons so far, I guess, including CEOs, convener, Dr. Nigel Fisher, Dr. Adi Walker, and a number of colleagues, we have been discussing, and we have been receiving, a number of comments and suggestions from them. Anyway, this is so valuable for getting, you both, response from you both. So we are really delighted to have you in this session. I would like to pass to, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Ramkishan Sabkotaji. I would like to request to CEO sir for remarks from the side of the NRA.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the chair and also paper presenter, as well as we have now the guest, Dr. Govind Nepal is also here, who was also during the time of the PDNA in the leading in the National Planning Commission as well. Thank you very much, Lilamari sir, your very much valuable suggestions and the feedback that you have provided, and your sort of the views and the thinking behind the establishment of NRA at the time when it was established, and then what was the thought at that time that was discussed, and then how the NRA was established. In that regard, I think the very lots of valuable and suggestions that you have mentioned. Some of the clarity maybe that I would like to just mention here, and then some of the comments and the feedback that I think I would like to highlight from your side. One of the aspect that is very important is that while looking into this sort of the whole compendium, I think there is certainly a need that from the perspective of legal framework, what sort of the provisions that we had in the Act, and then what sort of the accomplishment that we have been able to do. I think that's a comparison that is really valid. I think we really need to look into that, and to what extent the task that has been given to the NRA that we have been able to also accomplish. But at the same time, the provisions, the legal provisions and the authorities that have been mandated for the NRA, to what extent that we have been able to utilize that. I think that is a certain sort of the aspect that Lilamri sir has just mentioned that we certainly have to look into. And secondly, your sort of suggestions and the feedback, certainly the NRA's human resource pool has to be mainly from the market, and so that it will be having the sort of entity with the knowledge base, with the entity with having the professionals, and that's sort of the assumption, whatever that was this thought in the past. Certainly later on, there was a certain level of the deficiencies were there, and we couldn't manage in that level. That was sort of the difficulty that we had. But anyway, that was sort of something that we have to take away in the future while creating such entities, not only depending upon the government officials or the bureaucratic sort of procedures and the mindset sometimes as well. So that is certainly sometimes very, very difficult. And some points, maybe especially in the initial period, you are right that some sort of comments that we are receiving that NRA has been occupied too much, maybe preparing for the guidelines. Actually, but what we see at the moment, if you look into this, the preparing these foundations of the framework and the guidelines, the manuals, whatever that we prepared at the time, certainly it took time. But in regards to the transparency, in regards to make this entity accountable, I think that sort of these documents and the framework that we have designed has led NRA to come up with these results. I think we couldn't at that time to communicate properly in the concerned sort of the levels that these are really needed, without which we may not be able to go ahead. That's sort of the situations were there. There was a need certainly to have a certain sort of expectation by the people and the delivering at the same time, and then creating the foundations at the same time. I think that's sort of the balance we need to have. The certain level of the balancing sort of these activities that we had to do, maybe that is to be considered, but this establishing the sort of the framework, this legal framework, that was really, really vital on the basis of which the results and that we have this obtained at the moment. And the third point that I just would like to also, that the hybrid type of organization that we have created, that was been possible considering the context and the situations of our own sort of of country, and instead of having the new entities up to the having in the up to the local level, because this was a huge level of the tasks that we had to do, and we have to communicate, we have to be linked with the individual households, and then we are talking about not the small numbers, it is almost 800,000 households, and then we should have, and then we are conducting the owner-driven houses, and then we have to have a linkage with them, supporting with the technical assistance and the knowledge of the building the resilient houses. So that was really a massive task, and then on which we had to rely especially on the government structures at that time and the human resources at that time, but giving a special authority and this autonomy to them. That was right. But this just one point that I would like to mention, that it was not exactly meant as per the Act, but it was the decision that the steering committee has taken. Actually, the autonomy to the NRA as per the Act has been given that the NRA can create its own structures up to the local level also. And that sort of autonomy is there because the organization structure and this the organization framework and the whatever level the positions to be created that the steering committee of NRA can do. But what we thought, as you mentioned, that we thought that there is a need of this sort of hybrid entity, that NRA will be mainly focusing on the strategic decisions, strategic guidelines, and also the policy framework and then especially monitoring, facilitating, and sort of the oversight sort of agencies. That sort of framework that we decided, and then this organization structure was created on that basis. And we used the human resources from the government agencies, and then so that one of the sort of the approach, and then one of the sort of the objective of creating this sort of hybrid entity was institutionalizing in the future, so that the institutional memory will be there. Now, if you look into the overall sort of scenario at the moment, that we see that there are a huge number of the government officials who have been trained, who have been oriented towards the recovery and reconstruction process, and then the almost around 6,000 engineers, almost these different level of engineers have been trained, and then almost 100,000 masons have been developed through this process. That are, I think, this is the beauty of having making the institutional memory, and then making the effort of the reconstruction and recovery sustainable in the future. That is also another point that I really also would like to also pick up from your sort of the feedback that you have given. One sort of the clarity that I would like to make is in regards to this the mobilizing the secretary actually there was sometimes, I think, a sort of this the struggle or sort of the tension sometimes came in the NRA. And the CEO's role and sometimes the secretary role, that was there. But we have been able to manage, certainly, that it didn't create it in that level of the difficulties, but on the basis of the roles and responsibilities that has been designed by the Act itself. Actually, secretaries have been designed and then they defined by the Act itself, and that's why it was mandatory, and then because he was or she was the member secretary of the steering committee or advisory council or the executive board. That's why there was a mandatory, but there was a certain level of confusion sometimes created. And one of the difficulties that I would like to mention here, Leelamri sir, that the performance evaluation, I was struggling many times that we have a very good relations with our secretaries, and whatever level of the secretaries that I'm working, a good relations. We have rapport building that we have made, and then we are not having that level of tensions any time. But the problem that was there, that the CEO couldn't make the evaluation, performance evaluation. Performance evaluation was made by the committee. I think the committee chaired by the I think chief secretary. That is the provision. And then different times I raised this issue that the CEOs must have the authority and for evaluating the performance of the secretaries. But it was not implemented. There was sometimes these agreed in the different times while meeting with the chief secretaries. You were not there at that time, certainly. And then thereafter, but it was not implemented. It was not implemented. But anyway, we have been able to manage on that, and we have the learnings that on the basis of the experiences that we have. Maybe in the future we'll be able to maintain that, and then to learn the lessons out of this. Maybe if you're not having the timing, maybe some of the more of the lessons that I think in the company that we have to again highlight is that there was one of the aspect that we have, we already know that one of the point that there was the point to be highlighted is the delays in the establishment of the NRA itself. It was established around 8 months back, and the people were having sort of the feeling, and the environment was created in such a way when the NRA will be there, when there will be the CEO, there will be the magic, and there will be immediately after that people will be getting the houses. I remember on the days of Mag Dui, when we started the mega campaign for the reconstruction, and there was a program, this inauguration, stone laying program by right under President, and then we are having the certain level of the program, this sort of the announcement program also. There were all the leaders who were there. And then I would like to give one example. What happened at the time that I was saying that within the time of this reign rainy season, the reconstruction will not be possible. I strongly mentioned that. There was a demand from the political leaders, the ex-prime ministers, that the reconstruction has to be completed before the rainy season. People should be able to reside in their own houses, their own permanent houses. And then when there was there was my turn, then I spelled out that it is not possible. Then thereafter, the leaders were mentioning that, look, this Mr. Prime Minister, that the Mr. CEO is mentioning that he will not be able to provide the houses during the time the rainy season, and what will happen to the people? What will happen to the earthquake victims? And then he is not serious on the earthquake victims. I mentioned that we will be providing the temporary houses to all the people within this timeline, and for the permanent houses, it will take certain time. That I mentioned very strongly, but that sort of environment was there. And then anyway, that sort of situations was one of the sort of bottleneck for the reconstruction in our country. Second, the political transition, huge level of political transition. One of the situation was the political instability. At that time, every opposition parties were saying that there are major two agendas for the oppositions. One was the federal system and the Madhes agenda, and secondly was the reconstruction. And then with this agenda, there was the sort of assumption there will be the change in the government, and then that sort of the scenarios was also there. And then every time when the government changed, then the leadership of the NRA was also changed. But one of the beauty of the NRA is that though there was a change in the leadership of the NRA, but the policy and the approaches and the modalities of the reconstruction that continued. That was the beauty, I would like to say, of the experiences of the NRA, lessons that has been learned from our country. And we were also another level of transition, certainly from the unitary system to the federal system. I think our reconstruction progress and the whole governance system is to be evaluated from the perspective of our own context, and it cannot be easily compared with that of this government of India. Cannot be easily compared to Pakistan or India or China. It is really own typical sort of the circumstances we faced and the challenges that we encountered. On that, the blockade in the southern border, the transition from unitary system to the federal system, and devolution of the human resources from one level of the government to the different levels of the government. And we passed through the 3 different levels of the elections also. The whole country was concentrated on the election, and then the reconstruction was somehow forgotten within that timeline. And that sort of the situations were there, and the non-presence of the locally elected representatives. I remember that during the time of the agreement, the partnership agreement, the grant agreement that we are conducting, our vision was that the grant agreements is to be made by the BDC secretary themselves. The vision behind that was the sustainability in the longer term. We are having the mind that the country is going to be on the federal mechanism, and then if we'll be making the agreement with the partnership agreement with the beneficiaries through the local governments, it will be sustained in the longer run. That was the whole vision that we had, and then we waited. But at that time, I remember that around 50% of the total sort of the BDCs were vacant. There were not any secretaries, and we have to mobilize the secretaries from one BDCs to the others, mobilize the people from central level to the local level, so that they will be on the what we call the secondment and the second date on that, and then they will be making the agreement on that. That was another sort of the problem that we faced. Another challenge that we had, actually, the governance sort of the system that of the Nepal's reconstruction is to be evaluated also from the perspective of the autonomy, what was provided as per the Act, and then what exactly practice has been made. I would like to say the 3, actually one of the purpose, I think, as Leela Minister has also mentioned just now, that the purpose of the establishment of the NRA, I think, was threefold especially. One is providing the special autonomy on the legal framework, the fast tracking of the projects, and the implementation would be on the fast track basis, so that there will be the fast track sort of legal provisions and the procurement or the forest clearances or the environmental clearances or land acquisitions in those areas. That's the one. Second was the autonomy and the financial sort of the mobilizations. And then that's why the reconstruction fund was created, and there was a provision that this fund will not be freeze. Any sort of budget, whatever that will be provided to the reconstruction fund or the NRA, that will not freeze. That was the provision. And the third one was the human resource autonomy, that NRA will be able to hire the people from the market, the competent people, as Leela Sir has also mentioned, that the NRA will be able to do that. But if you evaluate in these 3 aspects, then actually in the legal framework, most of the legal framework have been tied up in any way this was deviated because the decision was to be made from the cabinet, and the deviated actually that is in the almost in the regular process. Certain sort of provisions that we have been able to do, but that was deviated more in the regular process. Second, I think that is to be properly evaluated and then documented so that in the future, let's say for the NDRRMA or any entities which will be created in the future, they will be getting this level of the autonomy in the future. That was one of the major set of bottleneck. Secondly, in regards to the fund management, the reconstruction fund was not. I think I struggled very much in my first year that to mobilize the resources through the reconstruction fund, but it was never implemented. And then always there was a sort of the blocking in these sort of provisions, and that was not implemented later on. And then this till now, I would like to say that all the projects which the NRA is to be implement, NRA has to implement, that has to go to the National Planning Commission for individual projects for the multi-year sort of this approval. And then every file has to go to the Ministry of Finance for approval. If any sort of the amount is to be either the resources is to be managed to each other, let's say what we call the Rakamantar or Srotantar source these alterations or the fund alterations. In that is the sort of the scenario. I think I struggled on that, but later on that was not implemented. And later on, when I was again resuming this office, then we thought that, okay, let's go ahead. Instead of struggling on that, let's go ahead and then we'll be doing, having a coordination with the concerned agencies, and then we're maintaining the relationship, and then we are being able to implement that. And this is another sort of the point. Fourth constraint that we faced, that I would like to mention that I think the governance paper this company has to also focus is the financial sources. One is the fund mobilization autonomy. Second is the resources itself. If we look into this, the PDRF, the total amount that was this expected in the PDRF was $9.38 billion almost, and then this later on it came down to $4.88 billion now US dollar. That means the huge financial gap. And then if you look into the international assistance, I think that has also been analyzed. I think, and then these more sort of data are to be backed up for that. Is the $4.1 billion US was the total sort of the amount that was expected from the international development partners and international community, and then because of its this Leonard sir has also mentioned in the rescue and the relief sort of this thematic sort of paper that this around 67 billion rupees was spent, and that was accounted for the rescue and relief these provisions which was committed for the reconstruction. And then the other sort of the areas that was committed in the other areas, and then that was anyway this linked with the reconstruction fund and then the assistance. But later on, now with this Exim Bank Fund of the Government of India was not possible to implement it, because to mobilize for a small scale of the infrastructure implementation, for example, the schools or the health post like that, and then housing reconstruction, that was not possible to mobilize by mobilizing the Indian contractors, by mobilizing the Indian construction materials. That's why that was the provision of the Exim Bank Fund. And if you decrease down that, the total amount that comes to around $2.94 billion US. And then we are really pleased to mention here that we have been able to mobilize almost 100% of the total international fund that has been committed. And then whatever that was available to us. That was one of the best example in an international level that Nepal government has been able to mobilize the 100% of the total fund that was assigned or committed in the international conference. And though some countries have less some of there is amount is less. Some of the countries and the international partners have provided more, but in total, this sort of the volume that has been this completely 100% mobilized. Another point that I would like to highlight, maybe this in compendium that is to be highlighted, is the time period of the whole reconstruction and recovery. I think it is to be looked into from the different sort of the activities differently. One is for the rural housing reconstruction and the small scale of the reconstruction, so the provision that is okay. But for the urban recovery, for the overall sort of the livelihood and the economic recovery, and for the integrated infrastructure development, for example, we are thinking to have the district headquarters and the market centers not only reconstructed with the houses but also the complete infrastructures. That was the provision, but that was not possible to implement within this timeline. Maybe certain time sort of the framework is to be also thought, and that is also to be, I think, highlighted. And another point, this in the financial resources, I just would like to again mention that is to be highlighted, is that if NRA would have been able to receive the fund as it was this expected, and then that was has been possible to mobilize this our reconstruction in the schools, our reconstruction in the health sectors, our reconstruction in the other infrastructures. I'm not saying in the housing sector. I think fund has not been any sort of the scarcity in the housing sector, though there are a certain level of delays of the disbursement or like that, but it has not been delay this sort of the scarcity in the housing sector. But completely in the other sectors, there was a scarcity of the fund. I think this is to be highlighted. If it would have been the complete sort of the mobilization of the resources in the all sort of the reconstruction activity that was planned, these reconstruction activities in the health or education in these sectors would have been completed at least 1 year before. At least one year before. I think this is also to be highlighted, so that in the future, because of the financial resources, such type of institutions will not be at least in a difficult sort of situation. Another point I think that is also to be highlighted, I think, is the single tranche campaign in the higher political level. It was also even in the parliament was stopped. I think this is to be properly noted and also to be highlighted that even parliament was stopped for 2 days, to provide the single tranche. And then it was a main political agenda and also in the whole society. One of the lessons that we have learned that there is a need in the vision, in the approach, which is right. I think you have to stand for that. At that time, I remember if we had been able to provide this money immediately at the 3,000 rupees at a single tranche, everyone at that time would have been happy. But the whole reconstruction would have been jeopardized. I think it would, and then on that, we took very strong the stand on that. And then we made the lobbying with the different political parties in the parliamentary committees of every political parties, and then that sort of situation has come up. So there was a huge political pressure, but there is a need on the clarity and the vision of the leadership of such type of recovery and reconstruction is needed, which will be guiding in the right direction. I think that is another point. I think that really we'd like to highlight on that. And then the next point is really federalization of the reconstruction and recovery. That is another very, very important aspect that we have been able to do. And then especially mobilizing the local governments in this regard. All the human resources at the moment, especially in the housing sector, have been administered by the local governments. And then the grievance handling sort of the part has been mobilized to the local governments. School management committees have been constructing almost 70% of the schools. And then all sort of community infrastructure is being mobilized, reconstructed through the local governments. That's why these federalizations of the reconstruction, that is also another lessons I think that we are learning. And another point I think that is certainly very, very important is the political consensus in the higher level. We created the advisory council, we created the steering committee. In the advisory council, I think this might be one of the historical sort of decisions that the advisory council has taken, that being together with all the ex-prime ministers and all the opposition leaders being together, and the member of parliamentarians, that they have appreciated the reconstruction activities that the Nepal has gained. These are the results and that the Nepal has gained. I think it was because that the political consensus in the initial period, certainly there was a political tension, but later on there was a political consensus in the reconstruction. I think that was one of the key success factor from the governance side in Nepal's reconstruction. I think it is also to be highlighted. And finally the disengagement strategy that we have already come up, and then the NRA's sort of the timeline has been extended for a certain period of time up to July. There is active time period for this, and then after July, for around 5 months, it will be the handing over and the sort of disengagement sort of the tasks will be taken, and then especially the auditing and all sort of the clearances in regards to the different sort of aspects will be made. And this decision has already been taken by the steering committee. That means I think this is one of the major sort of the aspect, this framework that has also been decided. Finally, what I would like to say that for the institutional memory and the sustainability perspective, we are also working in the different areas, and then through the four different routes, we are making the documentations, scientific or compendium preparations, and the institutional sort of the profiles, as well as the open-ended papers. These are the different sort of the routes that we are using, and then going to this year in the international conference, the earthquake museum that we are going to create, establish the international sort of the center for research and the training for the disaster risk management. And these are some of the areas through which our efforts will be sustained in the longer run. And then I think this has sort of the governance sort of mechanism or system has been established, so that on the basis of which it has created a foundation, I would like to say, for going ahead, for making our nation resilient in the future. And then also lots of lessons that have been learned, which will be very much useful for the NDRRMA. I think I would like to also link that the establishment of NDRRMA by our country is also one of the major another sort of the achievement, I would like to say, or the sort of step that our country has taken, so that the learnings, whatever that is there in the NRA, that can be transferred, and we are already started to have the collaboration sort of the approach of working. I think these are some of the points, and then I really thank to Lilamri sir, and also to chief of the delegates, especially Marco Gemer, head of cooperation of the European Union in Nepal. You are excellent set of the comments and the suggestions that you have provided, and then our secretary has already picked up some of the points on that, and these are all have been documented, and it will also be produced in our proceeding report as well, through which that will be disseminated properly. And in these regards, we'll also be having the different levels of discussions and interaction we'll be making in the future as well. With this, thank you very much, Lilamri sir. I just requested you to stay some more time. You might have been very much busy in the other programs as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marco Gemer, for your presence, Lilamri sir for your presence, and the paper presenter, Ramkrishna sir, also our secretary. You have also made the very comprehensive presentations. Certainly, with your feedbacks, this compendium documents and the governance paper will be enriched. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO sir. Yeah.
Something, Lilamri sir, because time is, yeah, okay.
Just a half a minute. Thank you, Mr. Gemali. You have a very detailed elaborated the outcomes and achievements, and congratulations for all of you. And then I have confident that it was accomplished because of your dedication and your capability to mobilize the team, and you have proven your capability, and I appreciate it. But the thing about the evaluation, and then you're talking about secretary, there is no provision for the secretary evaluation. Please mention in the report that there must be authority to the CEO for mobilizing fund and the legal mandate and the human resource, including the performance evaluation of the secretary. You can mention that, but there is no provision of the secretary's performance evaluation in Nepali system. Only joint secretary level performance evaluation is done.
Yeah.
For secretaries, they are just hired, and I mean that transferred. If that the political leaders they don't like ministers, then the transfer. That authority, and then you can retain on. The CEO should retain, at least retain that authority should retain. That has already been conceived when we designed. I myself has a very strongly pleaded that case, and then I don't know that how the parliamentarian thought about that, but I strongly pleaded, and then I strongly put to the point that there must be financial autonomy, there must be legal mandate, there must be the autonomy for mobilizing resources. Then only NRA can work. Otherwise, there is no need of creating NRA. No need. I said several times. If you want to make a very cumbersome and then just non-functioning and then a kind of the non-authorized entity, and then no need to create an extra organization. And that's why you can strongly plead that the legal mandate must be there, and then it must be pursued, followed. And that is the political leaders should have that complied it. Regarding that, the first single disbursement or the making houses within that rainy season, there was some political propaganda or miscommunication. It was already been conceived when that international conference was organized within the 60 days of that earthquake, that the next season there will be intermediate term housing arrangement like CGI sheet. That's why we give a cash for CGI. There was no any plan to build a house within that rainy season. There was no any commitment, no any plan, no possibility. If someone makes a noise, and then it was either politically motivated or it was
That is
there was
clearly understood. Yeah,
already, money was
understood.
already given for the CGI sheet. That was 3 years.
Yeah, Thank you. Thank you so much, Liam,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is a great honor to appreciate your comments, feedbacks, and suggestions to NRA. It is highly appreciated. I thank you to commentator, especially former Chief Secretary Lilamani Paudel and Dr. Marco Zimmer for your valuable comments. It is noted, and suggestion will be taken into consideration to developing the compendium. And I would like to I have honor to appreciate our CEO for remarks also, and I would like to thank to Ramkrishna Sapota sir for your presentation on governance and institutional arrangement. I thank you all expert, excellencies, participants from government sector and NGO sector and the private sector and partner organization. I thank you media person as well. I thank you to you all. I formally conclude this session. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are having a very hectic sort of sessions, one after another. I think tea are serving here, and then for the participants who are in the virtual meetings, I think you are also not being able to take the certain sort of rest also, but you will be taking on your own sort of the tables. Yeah. So now I would like to now we are entering into the next session. This is the final session for today. Actually, the company, the presentation is the final sessions for both of the days, yesterday and today. And then this is the 7th session, and then it will be a presentation on the work in progress of the NRA impact study. Dr. Govinda Nepal, who is also a renowned sort of the economist and the expert in this sector in Nepal, he will be, with his team, will be presenting, on behalf of the team, will be presenting sort of the study that is being made. So we'd like to request and then also invite Dr. Govinda Nepal, who is the presenter of the paper for today. We have two renowned sort of the experts and the commentators with us. Actually, three. The one is Mr. Kamran Akbar, together with Dr. Nigel Fisher, will also be giving his comments and feedbacks. And then we have already introduced both of them. Kamran Akbar, he is the team leader of the Earthquake Housing Reconstruction Program through the World Bank that is being supported to Government of Nepal, to NRA. And the Dr. Nigel Fisher he is an expert in the disaster management and then the recovery and reconstruction, and he was also an advisor to me also when I was in the initial period, the working in the NRA, the CEO. And then he is also continuously providing the advices and the advisory support to NRA. And then he was the very renowned sort of the personality and he was the I think, Assistant Secretary General of United Nations, and in the also contributing in the different disaster recovery sort of programs elsewhere in the international level in the different countries. And the Kamran ji, are you there? Kamran Akbar?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
I'm
Kamran ji.
good.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, welcome in the session. And similarly, Nigel Fisher, Dr. Nigel Fisher, are you there?
I am here, sir.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Dr. Nigel. And then this is maybe, I think it is almost in the morning or the night. I don't know what's the time at the moment in Canada.
It's something after 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, sorry for this. Yeah, I think you are always active in such a sort of age. Also, I think you are always younger, and then you can bear this sort of situations always. And then Mr. Vishal Thapa, he is an the economist and also the expert, the very renowned expert in this sector, and then he is also, I think, with us. Vishalji, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Pleasure to be here.
Welcome to the program. Thank you so much for participating in this program. And then I would also like to welcome all the participants who have been linked through this your sort of virtual sort of the communications, the information technology. With this, I would like to now invite Dr. Govinda Nepal to make your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Respected Chair of this seminar and CEO of the NRA, Mr. Sushil Gemali, respected convener of the seminar, respected members of the Executive Committee, respected secretaries of NRA, distinguished commentators, fellow presentators, ladies and gentlemen. This is a really honor for us to be present here and share our initial thoughts on the methodology and approaches of the impact study. This impact study was commissioned just a week before. So we have been studying started to study the approaches and methodology just a few days ahead, very formally. I mean, it is a very good opportunity for us to share our initial thoughts and get very good feedback from the outstanding experts like Nigel Fisher, Vishalji, and experts from the World Bank. And also we expect very good feedback from the participants. We are a 3-member team, and my friends are Dr. Vishnu Paudel, Dr. Rudra Suwal, and myself. First, I will initiate the presentation, then Dr. Vishnu Paudel will lead the presentation, and then Dr. Suwal will conclude the presentation. We know we have just 30 minutes, and we share this time among us. Without making any delay, let me start my presentation. The title of the study is yet to be finalized, but now we think that evaluation of the post-earthquake reconstruction and its immediate socioeconomic impact might be the appropriate. We are not yet sure. Still, it may need some discussion. But we think this may carry out the substances of this study. Generally, just to start the discussion, we all know, but the earthquake, the magnitude of which was 7.6, struck in Nepal in April 2015, which caused about 9,000 casualties and about 22,000 injuries of individuals. And about 31 districts out of 75 were affected, some were severely affected, and immediately the National Reconstruction Authority was not formed. It took some months to be formed, and only in December 2015 it was formed by the government. Generally, immediately after the earthquake, PDNA was prepared. The PDNA was later on improved by the PDRF, and then we knew that about 8 lakhs of private houses has to be rebuilt. About 7,000, more than 7,000 public schools have to be rebuilt. Similarly, more than 1,000 health institutions have to be rebuilt. Like that, there were archaeologically important structures devastated, and also public buildings were damaged. Not only this, some important infrastructures like the roads, irrigation channels were also affected by the earthquake. All these have to be rebuilt with the spirit of Build Back Better. Then the mandate for reconstruction was finally given to the NRA, National Reconstruction Authority, which is the organizer of this seminar and the implementator of the reconstruction in Nepal. And it has the mandate to reconstruct all the devastated structures, private houses, public health institutions, schools, public buildings, education institutions. So it has clear mandates, and from just before this presentation, the chair of the session noted in his comment that it was mandated by the act, but the mandate was not fully practiced because of different constraints. So we need to see the achievement of the NRA, considering all these constraints, limitations through which the NRA passed during its tenure. From the data it presented to the pre-NDAC meeting in NPC at the end of at the mid-July 2020, that it was very much successful to complete the targets with regard to the rebuilding of private houses, schools, government buildings, but it was some lagging behind to complete the mandate in terms of the health institutions and archaeological heritage. The reason, as just CEO mentioned that one of the reasons was the budget deficit for that. This was just an introduction, and now let me go to the dwell on the impact studies. Why we need such impact study? The major reason is that we need to record the lessons learned. The second reason is that we need to evaluate the performance of NRA and how the reconstruction led by NRA contributed to the socio-economic development of the country. The analysis of socio-economic development, we wanted to see in terms of the socio-economic impact and in terms of the contribution of this investment to the national GDP. Also, we wanted to prepare some knowledge product which could be useful for the future generations. The general objective of the study is to prepare a comprehensive evaluation of the works performed by NEA, particularly focusing on the reconstruction approach and socioeconomic contribution. Why we need to focus also on the reconstruction approach is that to understand the institutional setting under which the NRA has to function. So we have to evaluate the process, the institutional setting, before we evaluate the performance of NRA in terms of its achievement on the preset targets. The specific objectives might be to evaluate the construction efforts against the set targets, goals. We need to document the recovery process. We should evaluate the reconstruction how reconstruction affected the different sectors of the economy. And we also aim to evaluate the socioeconomic impact of reconstruction, contribution to the GDP, and finally, we'd also like to suggest some of the measures, what could be the optimal path of closure of NRA. The study approach and methodology at the initial stage, how we want to move ahead. First of all, we need to develop some indicators for evaluation, and we have to collect some primary and secondary data information for evaluation. There are a lot of huge data sets collected at different times with NRA and other agencies, which can be very much of use for this study, but there might be some gaps. So to fulfill these data gaps, we have to conduct some primary surveys. And we think we can use the baseline data which was generated by the NRA at the first year of the this reconstruction. Similarly, there are a number of progress reports produced by NRA. There are a number of evaluation studies conducted by different agencies, and there are conference articles and the discussion papers, proceedings of conferences, seminars also. So we want to utilize all these informations, data available, and we also want to do some focus group discussions to know the perceptions of the these earthquake victims. Thus, we want to evaluate the construction efforts, summarizing the damage and damages sector-wise, and we also want to deeply study the mandates of NRA. We also want to know the budgetary sources and the process of the how budget was released, what was the constraint. Also, we want to summarize the existing evaluation studies. Similarly, in the task 2, we want to go through the recovery process. We want to see the coordination mechanism, communication systems, and also the how the access to finance was there, how the budget release process was there, what were the difficulties, what were the constraints, what were the mandates, what were the practice that we want to evaluate under this recovery process. And also we want to see the the relationship between the reconstruction and sector-wise economic activities. For example, the livelihood-related interventions were made in different sectors. There were different, diverse approaches, diverse actors, and we want to see, we want also to study all these, through through reviewing different studies, reports, and also having some information directly from the field. And with this, after this, I would request Dr. Biswa Paudel to lead the presentation ahead. Dr. Paudel.
Thanks, Dr. Nepal. Can everybody hear me? Is it good?
Yeah, it's okay,
okay.
fine.
Let me continue.
Yeah, please go
Wonderful.
ahead, Biswaji. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was really impressed by the pen-like precision of previous sessions, and I have 10 minutes for this. So let me just go over this thing briefly, quickly. I think the first task 1, task 2, task 3 of our paper, Dr. Nepal already went through that. Task 4 is something, it will be looking at a little bit deeply in some of the impacts, especially the socio-economic impacts. The reason why it is important for us, at least, was, task 1, it looks a little bit more, it's like macro view of everything. And then if you look at task 3 and task 5, we are going to look at the impact of reconstruction on different sectors of economy, and then also connect it to the GDP. But by doing that, we'll be missing some of the other things that, the reconstruction actually is to. And those are the variables, they not necessarily connect to GDPs or any other, macro indicators that CBS comes up with. So we identified some of the variables that actually are of interest to policymakers, but we haven't seen a lot of evaluation work on those variables. Excuse me. So the kind of variables we are looking at, and I will be tying up all these things to other reconstruction work later on, but the type of variables we are looking at as what we call dependent variables of interest are school attendance. So if we are investing a lot of money on building schools, then what is the impact on attendance? So we'll be looking at the binary outcome on whether children go to school, time for these children to go to school, the average score of children in school, whether anyone has failed in school, stuff like that. But this is definitely not the last, not the final one, because we'll be connecting this with, sustainable development goal indicators that the government has developed. But, they look like, the first thing to investigate on for us. So on health service outcome, we'll be looking at the impact on average number of times a hospital is visited in a year by household members. Whether a household member has died of curable disease, this is something, this is definitely not a final one. In fact, we are thinking maybe, the age at the recent death of a household member, but we'll be talking to doctors to see what would be the best indicator to evaluate the impact on, rural, especially rural areas. And then time taken to visit the hospital. Next. Then on future disaster preparedness, we'll be looking at both household level preparedness and also community level preparedness. I think we talked about some of these in previous sessions also. So strength of a house, we'll be talking to engineers to see how we can evaluate. So, before the earthquake, what was the strength of a house, and after the earthquake, what was the strength of a house. But we'll also be looking at, the counterfactual situation after the earthquake. Basically, after the earthquake, people have a certain type of house because they were damaged. If the reconstruction had not been there, what would be their situation right now, right? So there will be at least 3, milestones to look at in this situation, actually in all of our situations. And then also availability of safe and open spaces. This was also talked in the previous session. This is more of a community level disaster preparedness. And also household indebtedness. We'll be looking at loan amount owed by the household as a percentage of their annual income. A lot of people have made new houses, so this is something we have to look at. Next one. Agricultural income, non-agricultural income, and position of technology for farming. So the third one is also very important because, we have trained people in many skills. We have new technologies. Maybe people have, they have because of new economic activity, they have been able to purchase new, better seed, maybe some new equipment. So, technology will be looking at all these. This is also of interest to, the surveyors in analysis and other. They always come up with this data. And then also household violence. This is something, police data will give us anyway, but, we'll be asking this question. There is, it's always tricky how to get this, the data on household violence, but registered data on violence is actually available from police. So we'll be verifying this. And then migration, the impact on migration, migration to Nepalese cities, as well as migration to other countries. So we'll be looking at the impact on that. Next. And then skills, because NRA trained many people. I think, the numbers I just saw in previous sessions was like 100,000 Masons or, other people also. But number of households possessing that kind of skills, we'll be looking at that. Enterprises formation, we'll be looking at binary indicator on household owning business, total annual turnover and profit, and how, the reconstruction activity affected this. Also on employment, number of household currently employed, income of employed household members, we'll be looking at that. So impact on these dependent variables. So next, please. Yes. So, but what are the sources of the impact? And this is something we got from the mandate of NRA, the reconstruction of private house, the development of integrated settlement in the ward, resettlement of risky settlement in the ward is where people are living, construction of public health institutions, construction of education institutions, reconstruction of heritage building, reconstruction of government buildings, reconstruction of other public infrastructures like irrigation channels and maybe even road. So these are the sources of treatment. This is where NRA is working. And our question will be something like, what was the impact of reconstruction of private houses on, let's say, household violence or income, agriculture income, non-agriculture income? What was the impact of public health institution, rebuilding of a public health institution on the indicators that we care about on health, like the time it takes for a household to go to nearest hospital, or even death, some of the death due to the curable disease. So these are the stuff, on education also. What are the impact of education institution on graduation rate of average household, average children, and what is the impact of heritage building on income, stuff like that. So next, please. We'll be using one of the data we'll be looking at is the baseline data collected by NRA. It's pretty huge. It's more than 1 million data. And then, but this will be giving us only baseline data, not the recent data. We are also looking at some of the data from analysis that, they have a panel on, households, agricultural income, position of agriculture technology, stuff like that. So we'll be integrating a lot of this data where possible, but we'll be collecting latest data on our own. Don't go to the next one, please. Okay, can we go back to where we were? Yeah, please hold on to that. Yeah, please. So we'll be looking at that kind of data. And also our main target right now is, we'll be collecting data from 31 districts, also from the neighboring wards of several of these districts. We'll be looking at maps. The reason why we look at the neighboring wards is, due to, basically comparability. This is something we economists care a lot about that. But basically, if one district is in neighborhood of a district that was that suffered damage due to earthquake, then it's a lot of time it's easy to see what would have happened. And if those districts are comparable, then it is easy to see what would have happened to this district if this district had not suffered from earthquake, stuff like that, compared to the other district which was similar before the earthquake and which had its own evolution after the earthquake. So based on that kind of comparison, we'll be coming up with the answer for these impacts. At least 100 from each affected. So our target is to collect at least 100 sample from each affected district. So maybe 3,000, 4,000. We'll be calculating that very soon. Let's go to the next one. So, this is just a math. Can we go to the next one? I just want to show you, if you are interested, one of the method that we are looking at is difference in differences. Very simple. This is not a very complicated method. All we have to do is collect Y's are the dependent variable that we are interested in, and then we go to households, collect data on whether HI is basically the household is from highly damaged area, MI is household is from mildly damaged, LI is household is from low damaged, and TIV are the bunch of treatment. This is very standard regression, which basically gives you impact using difference in differences method. Basically, in this kind of regression, beta 5 will give you impact of reconstruction activity in a highly affected region. Beta 6 will give you the impact in the affected region, and beta 7 will be giving you the impact in lowly affected region. This is something we are tentatively looking at right now. I think it is very straightforward. Let's go to the next one. I think, so my time is also up, and this is all. I think that for task 5, which looks at the impact of reconstruction on basically GDPs, Dr. Shuval will be covering that. Next to you, Dr. Shuval.
Dr. Shuval, आवाज त्यहाँ audible भयो. Dr. Shuval, you may wish to increase your sound, or we are not hearing you.
Oh. What about now? Can you hear, sir?
Yeah, now it's okay, but you can make some more loudness, maybe your sound system or.
Okay, sir. How is it now?
It's okay. It's anyway okay. Can be louder if possible.
I don't know how to. Yeah.
No, I think it's okay now.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
Okay.
Again, we may have technical problem there.
Respected CEO and respected authorities of the NRA and the distinguished participants of this web seminar. Now just I am continuing the process. I am dealing with task 5, that is impact of recovery construction expenditure on gross value added growth by major economic divisions. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. This part mainly deals with the impact assessment, major economic impact assessment, and the changes occurred from the earthquake reconstruction activities. And there are mainly 5 components that related to economic variables or economic indicators. We will be studying. And next, please. Yes. And the general process that we are following is scoping of the work and baseline profiling, and monitoring actual impacts, and evaluation of assessment of direct impact through secondary data analysis and primary data collection. We are proposing a fresh survey that is to evaluate the impact of the reconstruction activities. And in fact, we are following the mixed approach of analysis, that is applicable statistical tools, rate ratios, correlation, regression, whatever is general techniques we will be following. Next, please. Yes. I want to go a little bit one by one on these 5 components. Gross value added, we'll try to estimate gross value added. That's in fact part of GDP. If we estimate at national level, that is called GDP, and we estimate sub-national or disaggregate levels by sectors, let us say, for example, and then we call that is gross value added. We will be following the national accounts methodology. That is, we will divide the or classify the economy into major 15 sectors, and then it will be grouped into 3 major divisions, like agriculture, industry, and services in major groups. Please, next, please. And the methodology will follow the mainly the national accounts system of national accounts, and indicators are prepared on the basis of by major economic divisions, and estimates are derived indirectly. Direct estimates of those indicators is not possible because of data, because it is also a gross concept. So we will use indirect technique to estimate these indicators, and we will prepare a time series of year 2015 to 2020, and data sources will be national accounts of Nepal and the National Reconstruction Authority reports, and the fish survey that we are proposing, and NHRP database that we will be also be using. Next, please. Impact of reconstruction on gross fixed capital formation is in fact it is a investment, we can say in general terms, is an investment, and this is called standard terminology, that is gross fixed capital formation. Is a gross fixed capital formation is a measure by the total value of acquisition less disposal of fixed asset during the reconstruction process, and it covers dwellings, other buildings and the structures, road, bridges, public buildings, heritage, etc., and machinery and equipment is available is in there, and major improvements to tangible non-produce asset means if the asset is repaired or improved in a major way, that is also covered. Next, please. And some subcategory or sub-sector category, the analysis will be made in sub-level also, like who did or who involved in the capital gross fixed capital formation process. That is classified. For example, the government and NGOs, INGOs, other government and individual households, other. This type of category will also be there. And next page. For this, methodology of estimation is we'll try to evaluate those at first price and market price. That's also called it current prices. And data sources for this is NRA, CLPIU transit data process, proposed reconstruction impact assessment survey, NSRP database, and financial assistance by INGOs. These reports and publication will also be used for this purpose. And the study period will be 2015 to 2020. Next, please. For this reconstruction GFCF estimates, for this employment, for the estimates of employment, employment will be estimated, and also compensation of employees, that is wage and salaries during the reconstruction process will also be estimated, and for the period of 5 years, that is 2015 to 2020. And the NRA reports and the survey that we have proposed, the reconstruction impact assessment survey, and that will be used for this purpose. Next, please. Under the consumption of household, another estimates of macroeconomic variable, that is consumption, household consumption and government consumption, will also be estimated using the survey data and the Ministry of Finance of government expenditure details of this. That is also be estimated. Next, please. And then impact of reconstruction on household income. Income will also be estimated using the reconstruction assessment survey. And mainly, the purpose of this estimate is to derive disposable income. That is how the reconstruction activities has changed or increased the disposable income of the household. And that will be the main focus, and for that purpose, and the current transfers and factor income analysis also will be made. Next, please. And this one, this is we have not yet. We are working very initial stage, so we have not yet decided the exact title of the study. So we have proposed 3. Which one is correct? One is Title 1, ex post evaluation of socio-economic impact of reconstruction. Title 2, terminal evaluation of socio-economic impact of reconstruction. And 3, evaluation of post-earthquake reconstruction and its immediate socio-economic impacts. And this is our proposal. And we are working in a very initial stage. We have not These things all are preliminary. So your feedback and suggestion would be very much useful for us. Thank you. That's what I want to say now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the three paper presenters. All the three paper presenters, you have made very excellent presentations, and you are also making a very wide sort of the coverage of the total sort of the study that you are going to make. Anyway, before I make any sort of the feedback from my side, I would like to request to our commentators, first of all, from Mr. Kamran Akbar from the World Bank. Mr. Kamran, are you in a, maybe you are in a connection? Okay, so you please go ahead. Are you here, yeah?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay. Okay, please go ahead.
Sir, first of all, it is always an honor and a pleasure to be with NRA and its team. It's our 5th year of association, and very rewarding and full of learning. As I said, that it's always a pleasure to be with you. I'm not an economist and do not find myself fit enough to comment upon presentation by such eminent people from a technical point of view. I've also requested our other colleagues from the bank who are economists and statisticians to look at this presentation and give comments. And in due course of time, we'll be forwarding those comments to you as well from other colleagues, so that you get a wider spectrum of comments. I will share my comments from totally a social perspective as a social scientist and from a DRM angle. Because I understand that we have 2 more commentators and who are quite eminent and know the subject much more than I do. As I said, that I'll be looking more from the socioeconomic point of view. Now, I found this presentation very informative, educative, and a critical need that must be pursued. I'm also of the view that NRA had multiple effects, not only on the DRM scene of the country, but also on other sphere of Nepalese life. So, as Maggie Stephenson has very rightly put up this suggestion that COVID-19 and fuel crisis also needs to be looked into. So that is something which I would suggest that are very important points that also need to be included. Now, if you look at construction, so construction probably is the leading sector that generates economic activities in a very large number of upstream and downstream manufacturing, as well as service and commerce sectors. The number of such sectors can go up to 50 or maybe a little more. In case of Nepal, I think in rural Nepal, it is around 25 to 28 subsectors where these economic activity is generated. Now, the study clearly and very rightly looks at NRA's contribution to GDP, and I think it will also be interesting to see it from geographical spread point of view, that look at what happened in case of Tarai and what happened in case of, let's say, hill and mountains. That is something which will be very interesting because, for instance, in Tarai, they have got the advantage of being located right at the center of the source of the imports. I think it would also be important to establish that earthquake resulted in decline in GDP growth in that particular year, which was 2015-16. So in addition to damages, economic activities like tourism suffered massively. I would say hotels, there were decline in tourist arrival. Now, NRA's reconstruction acted as an alternative to these sectors and contributed to GDP in my point of view, and that also needs to be highlighted, that if tourism was not there, there was liquidity being provided by NRA through its housing reconstruction or other reconstruction activity. However, I'm of the view that this initiative is all-encompassing and in my view, is likely to be take substantial amount of time, because it looks at multiple areas, multiple sectors, multiple subsectors from multiple angles. And that is one of the fundamental questions that NRA needs to have a look, that in order to have adequate output with a limited time horizon, should this be curtailed or it should be retained the way it is. With regards to need, I must say it was very clearly stated. However, while preparing knowledge product, one area that probably needs to be highlighted, and that was though mentioned in the presentation, is preparedness. Maybe a hypothesis could be that if Nepal was prepared, what would have happened? Or maybe a separate study could be looked into, that if if Nepal was prepared for this kind of disaster. Now, the problem is that whereas reconstruction, recovery, relief are politically very attractive, preparedness is not, because preparedness does not get votes, and that's a reality with which we have to live. So the question is that how we can really make it a political agenda. End of the day, development is a political process. One question that was coming to my mind was, is it too soon to assess the impact in totality? Whereas housing reconstruction will be completed, some of the public infrastructure like health facilities and archaeological sites will take some time to be completed. That is why if you look at objectives, to me it seems that evaluating the total reconstruction seems little early. Maybe one can look at NRA's components or units separately, say housing and education. This could be separate studies. And health, impact on health reconstruction cannot be once we see that around 30-35% work is yet to be done, can be looked into, unless we are just looking at reconstruction only. But when we are looking at secondary areas like access to, when we are talking of education, attendance and other things, or access to health services and time saving, then probably impact assessment in case of health will be too early. So the presentation does mention evaluation in different sectors, as I said, but it is possible, but time taking, and in some cases literally, as I earlier mentioned also, like in sectors like health. If you look at the tasks, in the first task, whereas the study will look at summary of sector-wise damages. However, in any post-disaster reconstruction, damage assessment is the foundation. Damage assessment is an add-on on PDNA. PDNA is wide, it is quick, but damage assessment is, for instance, in case of earthquake housing, I would say, or education, that a detailed survey or damage assessment is the foundation. Damage assessment is the place where one saves time in implementation, where one saves what you can say, handles implementation issues at the planning stages. Experience tells that around 70-80% of the problems are resolved during damage assessment designing. So if you look at the grievances, most of the grievances emerge because of something that was not covered or covered in damage assessment. So that is something which my suggestion would be, that damage assessment, it's not only looking at the damage data, but also looking at the damage assessment process, that how it was conducted. Could it have been better, or maybe it was a perfect damage assessment? Let's say for housing, it was a perfect damage assessment that was carried out, or for education also. So that also needs to be looked into, because that is the foundation. I could be wrong, but this is something what my suggestion would be. And when we talk of damage assessment, one looks at the process, methodology, technology, outcome, grievance generations, documentation, so on and so forth. The second task identified in the presentation is quite clear. I hope in evaluating access to finance, prudential regulation and changes that were made or not made will also be looked into. For instance, it's something which we had been raising this issue, that every branch has a cash retaining limit that is that depends on its insurance. the branch insurance. Now, question is that for people facing problem in accessing to finance, maybe some prudential regulations probably also needed to be looked into. Now, the meat is in task 3, that establishing relationship between reconstruction and sector-wise economic activities. One of the fundamental questions that I raised earlier, that should an all-encompassing study be undertaken or separate studies be undertaken, and then in the end, they could be combined into one, summarized into one. And the reason for that is that every sector will have different indicators, will have different counterfactuals, will have different treatment and control groups. So that is something which I'm sure that the kind of eminent, what you can say, economists that are carrying out this study are cognizant of this, and I'm just raising it. Now, let me take, when we talk of housing, let me take housing as a separate sector, as private housing is always a priority in post-disaster reconstruction. My assumption is that house is a status symbol in some of the South Asian societies, and Nepal is not exception to that. There are a number of field observations. For example, in a number of places, RCC frame structures, which are expensive, have replaced stone and mud mortar houses. Now, as very rightly pointed out during the presentation, people have gone under debt to reconstruct their houses. One of the questions that need to be asked is why. And why I'm saying that, why this question needs to be asked, because a quality of a house reconstruction of a house can change, can reflect the status of a person. This is something which I would say that will be very interesting to see, that how people's self-concept and self-perception have changed with the type of reconstruction they have carried out. One of the questions that also warrant answer, especially is the vulnerable, and how it has impacted the vulnerable segment of the society. Also, there are some categories of the vulnerable, my understanding, as far as Nepal is concerned, who were vulnerable pre-earthquake, but maybe they were. You want to say something, Mr. Gewali?
Yeah, maybe Kamranji, maybe you can shorten out your points, maybe because of the time constraint. Yeah.
Okay. I would then like to make 2 more points and then stop, though I had a list of 18 points, which I can send separately. Okay. For instance, let's look at education. Now, in case of education, it's not only the brick and mortar that is important, and as very rightly pointed out, that looking at attendance, looking at results. But one of the very interesting thing which one needs to look into, has it impacted, has it affected, or has it brought change in curriculum, is 2015 earthquake. And its lessons are part of curriculum. And then the cost which country had to bear. Children and youth are not our future, they are our present. And we are shaping our future. So let's have a look at Japan model, where disaster preparedness is part and parcel of their curriculum. So is that kind of effect we have seen in Nepal. So I'll stop over here. I will send my comments in writing. Thank you.
That will be great. Thank you very much, Kamranji. And also from your the team also, you can also circulate this, and also the feedback will also be welcome also. Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Nigel Fisher, it's your turn.
Thank you, Sushilji. As chair, a pleasure as always to be here participating in an NRA event with you and with Chandraji as moderator. I must say, to Dr. Govindji and colleagues, this is an incredibly ambitious analysis that's proposed. I've been working in the reconstruction domain for decades. I have not seen a study of this ambition in a range of lessons learned activities I've been involved in. So congratulations for that. I'm amazed at the broadness that goes from the social economic impact to GDP growth, to gross fixed capital formation, all the way to process analysis and mandates, indebtedness, and even domestic violence. It is incredibly ambitious. I will dispute with Kamran, who is least qualified to comment, because I think I am. I am not an economist. I am not an econometrist. I am a social occasional scientist. So I'm going to retreat into my comfort zone and mainly look at some of these social impacts, and mainly at the household, family, community level rather than at the macroeconomic level. And hopefully some of the points will be applicable in other sectors. Before doing that though, I can't help remarking on the bar chart that you looked at when you looked at comparative progress by sector and pointed out underperformance in health and in cultural heritage. I think both have interesting reasons for why they underperform. When I think of the cultural heritage, I wonder whether your analysis will also look at conflict resolution in decision making, because I've been impressed in the years of looking at cultural heritage, how strong and irreconcilable are the views of experts on what should be done and what the solutions are. Extremely strong disagreements, which often remained unresolved. I think the other issue about cultural heritage were strong disputes and where decisions should be taken and at what level. Is it the national level? Is it the local level? Is it the municipal level? If I look at the arguments about Rani Pokhri, a case in point. So I think conflict resolution and decision-making in various sectors is an interesting side issue. If I can come back to an important point you've been making throughout, the importance of disaggregation of data, I immediately think of Bishnuji's data from the earlier livelihoods and economic development session, when he said 94 million work days lost and 160 million work days generated. And of course I immediately asked, where were the work days lost in terms of who lost work and who was affected, as compared with who actually was able to work? Were there any overlaps? To what extent were there overlaps? Who benefited? To what extent did vulnerable groups and marginal groups recover relative to others in terms of work generated? So did we know enough about who was vulnerable, not just by location and landslides, but actually coming out of entrenched poverty? Because obviously many of the issues that you will look at are also affected by a determination of conditions prior to the earthquake. And I'll be interested to see how you factor in prior conditions into the impact of the earthquake itself and NRA's role. So what strategies, I'm also always looking for lessons learned. So what strategies can be used in a development context, which also can have an impact on resilience during earthquakes. Again, Dr. Bishnuji in the earlier presentation mentioned that longer term employability was lacking in terms of what the livelihoods aspect. So when I look at your preferred title, Reconstruction and its immediate socio-economic impacts, I wonder, will you be looking at immediate and therefore short-term impacts, or will you be looking at both, long-term employability? Because again, it seems to me if we look to the future, combining a development perspective into emergency response and recovery is important. And we have to look at longer term employability. We have to look at how recovery contributes to longer term resilience and sustainability. It was interesting, back in June, the World Economic Forum, a COVID action platform, looked at the returning migrants who are coming home from the Gulf because of COVID-19, and was looking at what will they do. And he said they're coming back to subsistence farming and poverty. But if you look at financing, a long-term shift from subsistence farming to commercial farming, Perhaps that could help prevent food shortages and stimulate employment. So again, my question is, are you looking to what extent the policies with regard to livelihood, for example, were promoting that longer term shift, or were they not? Are you making recommendations about what could have happened as well as what did happen? Obviously, in the post-earthquake emphasis was very much on labor-based construction technology. Again, the training of masons, engineers, etc. But was that a short term, or is that kind of training sustainable in the long term? I think it's very interesting. I look back to the National Symposium and National Reconstruction, which was held back in August. There was a very interesting paper there by Dr. Saroj Pokhrel, who looked at Gorkha by municipality and actually recommended an agricultural strategy, municipality by municipality, which would provide resilience next time around for an earthquake. So again, it's prospective rather than a retrospective analysis. But again, I ask the question, will you be looking at that kind of analysis? There's a lot of good work that's already been done by a lot of independent analysts about what happened, but also what could happen to promote resilience in the future. There was another paper at this conference by Dr. Nirmal Raut on effectiveness of coping strategies for livelihood support. And he looked at the impact of the destruction of housing, infrastructure, agricultural systems on household food security. Then he looked at the coping strategies, whether it was sale of assets or borrowing cash for work, which obviously was appreciated. But he said the most important coping strategy were remittances. And again, I think back to 2015, very true. Remittances were extremely important and probably, as Dr. Raut said, the most effective coping strategy. But what assumptions do we make about now? If you look at the impact of COVID, remittances are dropping like a stone, and the remittance safety net, to a large extent, is a thing of the past. So how is that impact measured? We're looking back to 2015 from now, where conditions with regard to remittances are very different. What are the alternative strategies? I may be straying quite far from what you intend to do, but to me, these are important. As a practitioner, these are important questions that come to play as far as I'm concerned. I'm almost finished. And then, of course, there are a series of questions about, was there increased access to formal credit and microcredit, or to insurance for that matter? And how would we measure that impact? One of the issues I've implied throughout is what success has there been in diversifying livelihood strategies, for example? And again, how do we measure the impact of diversification of opportunity? Because that's again important for promoting longer term resilience through reconstruction. Paid work, very important. In my 30 years of experience in crisis, if you ask people what they want, they may need many things, shelter, food, etc. But they tend to say two things. I want education for my children and I want a job, because with a job I have the dignity of choice. So did paid work increase or decrease after the earthquake? Some commentators said paid work actually decreased, and one had to look at alternative strategies, improving skills, etc., as a means of restoring paid work and mitigating the loss. And finally, a point about communities. I think experience shows that strong traditions of collective community action help earthquake communities to recover. So again, is there any analysis on where and how this happened, or quantifying the impact that this makes amongst the lessons learned? Now, I acknowledge that my comments on the whole may be quite far from where you're going, but with my apologies, it is 2 o'clock in the morning here. That's my excuse. But with that, back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nigel. We are really privileged to have you here, and then the feedback and suggestions will really be very, very valuable to our team for making further study. Thank you so much. I now, without taking any time, no time, I would like to go for Mr. Vishal Thapa. He is also a renowned economist and also I think he was he studied in Maryland in USA and then had been involved in the different sort of the areas in the economic sort of the aspects. So, Vishalji, it is your floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, respected CEO, members on the dais, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be here this afternoon and have an opportunity to contribute towards this very important study. For all of us in Nepal, this earthquake was a very, very scarring moment in our lives. And it's a great privilege and honor for me to be associated with any aspect of recovery, no matter how tangential it might seem. So thank you. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank everybody at NRA for the work that you've done in this recovery process within the challenges of Nepal. Every day I think about how difficult it must be. And so it's quite commendable. Thank you all from me. I want to compliment the work that Dr. Govind Nepal, Dr. Paudel, and Dr. Sual have put together. I think I heard you say that you've been on this for a week, and the amount of ground that you've covered has been quite amazing and structures a study that I think could be very, very powerful and also insightful. I think some of my comments may echo what the other commenters have said, although they have all sort of backed away from the economist approach, and I, being the economist, I guess have to offer some sort of views on that. But I want to structure my feedback on the theme of maybe sharpening the focus. Dr. Fisher complimented the ambitious nature of the study. Mr. Akbar talked about whether this sort of all-encompassing study should be there versus sort of bits of different studies that come together. And I think my comments are all generally on those themes about how perhaps to sharpen the focus of this. So let me start right away with the title. And Dr. Fisher mentioned the word immediate, and I was also going to point out that maybe the word immediate seemed a little bit too limiting in terms of what the study wanted to do. So in the title itself, I thought the word immediate must go because there's a lot of focus on the long-term impacts. In terms of the structure of the study, I thought that the study, at least the way it's been described in this conceptual sense, is trying to bring two things that are not necessarily the same. One, evaluation, and the second is an impact study. An evaluation by definition is being held account to a certain set of targets, whereas an impact study is just assessing an impact. What did X do? What did Y do? What impacts did it have? It's not really a measurement, I shouldn't say it's not a measurement, it is a measurement, but it's not an assessment or an evaluation. In that sense, I thought parts 4 and 5 that focus on the economic impacts and sort of the socioeconomic impacts were a little bit outside of an evaluation in the strict sense. And so in that context, I also wanted to talk a little bit about the use of the terms mandate and goals. So the NRA has been given a certain set of mandates. And what I saw in the presentation and what was discussed also was all focused around reconstruction. But as this study, in the structure study, there's a sense that there's also a discussion about goals, which attempts to build in things like resilience, which attempts to look at different elements of socioeconomic impacts, which may all be fine, but is it different from a mandate? Was the mandate of NRA to reconstruct, or was it to create resilience, or maybe it was both? Was it to create economic impact? Was it to create a certain type of impact? Was it to create certain types of jobs, etc.? And so as I looked at task 4 and 5, there was a lot of discussion around the dependent variables focusing on school attendance, healthcare, income, migration, income, skills, employment, and similar impacts on the broader GDP, GVA, etc. So my question there is, did at any point in the work of NRA, or programs restructured because of the mandate it received to look at restructuring a certain intervention to create a specific kind of output beyond just reconstruction? If the answer is yes, then clearly it forms a part of an evaluation. But if the answer is no, then I think it must be more limited to being purely an evaluation, and then the impact study is really an impact study. So that was the first point I wanted to do, because I think it helps bring a certain kind of a sharper focus to the overall structure. The second part that I thought, at least again, focusing on the evaluation, is to not only look at it in the segment type approach that was there, but to look at the evaluation methodology in terms of the metrics that are typically used. So the first one is the question of relevance, like is this program relevant, was it relevant, etc. The second one was to look at efficiency. Did it meet its efficiency? The third component would be on effectiveness. The fourth could be on impact and sustainability, and the fifth on additionality. In general, I thought if the first three parts of this study that was presented could be structured along those lines, it makes it far more easier for us than reviewing the assessment to sort of internalize it. So that was my other suggestion. I wanted to then, one of the parts, particularly 4 and 5, was looking at reconstruction impacts on socioeconomic activity and also on GDP. And I thought, looking at those impacts, it was also important to look at the opportunity cost and to look at the value of constraints. So for instance, clearly certain kinds of investments and interventions may have led to X amount of output or certain kinds of economic output. The question is, what are the other counterfactuals? So for instance, if there was a delay, what was the cost of the delay? And I think that begins to put some more perspective on the overall, in giving a little bit more kind of feel to the evaluation that may be more on, that may complement the evaluation far more. So that would be one. The second thing was to, constraints were a big part of, obviously, this initiative. As I mentioned, I compliment the work that has been done already. And of course, in the midst of all of these constraints, it's quite remarkable. But I think it's important for us, from the study point of view, to be able to see if we can value those constraints. What did it mean to not have budgets in time? What did it mean to have, the absence of certain kinds of political decisions? What did that mean? I think those also provide a big picture as lessons for moving forward. And finally, one of the questions in that regard that didn't really appear, but I thought would be very, very useful and important to ask, and this comes both in terms of the evaluation and also in terms of the impact study, is, to what extent was there crowding out? Sometime when government programs are announced, it immediately begins to crowd out a lot of other actors. And if there is a delay, that has a huge impact. But to what extent did this program result in any crowding out? Or did it crowd? The answer is crowding in. And I felt that in the economic impact, particularly on the evaluation side, as you're looking at sustainability and additionality, those becomes very important questions. And then, two other parts that I just want to quickly touch on. I won't go into it in too more detail, but this is obviously a very, very technical. I felt that the methodology was very robust in terms of what's been presented, and I'm sure it'll be fine-tuned quite a bit. But I wanted to add two things to it. One is, I think it's also important to capture public perception. So the impact and effectiveness of NRA is measured in terms of these numbers of the study, but it's also important to look at perception. So what did people really think? Obviously, if you ask Nepalese, like, what do they think about NRA in terms of how it did, there is sometimes a big gap between real and perceived effectiveness or impact. And so I think it's important to try to capture some of that. Sorry. And the final one, again, in terms of both the evaluation and impact, is to look at communications around the NRA. It both shapes perception, but it also it also influences effectiveness. To what extent and how was the media coverage of this initiative? What was the profiling of it? What was the message that everybody was hearing? How were the outcomes and outputs being documented and presented to the national audience, politically, socially, or otherwise? So those are the thoughts that I wanted to reflect on, but mostly I also want to commend everybody for undertaking this. Thank you. And I think the last few points I made seem to run a little bit counter to what I was saying initially, which is sharpen the focus. But I just felt that those were important dimensions. It may not necessarily be all part of the same study, but I think it's important dimensions in the context of Nepal to have those. So let me pause there. And again, thank you very much for letting me be a part of this. And I hope to be able to continue to participate in this study as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishalji. It's really very, very valuable suggestions that you have provided, and it's really very, very useful for this proposed study. And I would like to now, you have put the very, very valid points in the different sort of dimensions that this is possible to make the coverage on the study. So that is very, very important. I think because of time constraint, I will not go more in this. Later on, I will, in the concluding remarks, I will also put my views. But before that, I would like to request to the paper presenters to respond on the comments which have been provided. Dr. Nepal.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to request Dr. Biswa Paudel, because most of the comments, inputs were on the social aspects. So I would like to request Dr. Biswa Paudel for his remark.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Nepal. I really appreciate Kamran, Nigel, and Vishalji's comments. Also, I saw a lot of questions from the audience. So I think number one question, obviously, I agree that it sounds a little bit more very ambitious, but we have provided the methodologies, and we believe that given we are three of us working on this, we should be able to do it at least on time. That's our goal, given the fact that a lot of data are already collected and we have a plan to start collecting data. The main thing is how do we interpret this data? That is very important. These are definitely short-term impact. We are not looking at long-term impacts. I was looking at a colleague of mine's paper on long-term impact from 1988's earthquake just 1 year ago. So obviously the long-term impacts will be, they will be continuously being carried out by other scholars. But when we focus on long-term impact, we should not be losing sight on short-term impacts also. And we're looking at short-term impacts. And I think that the most important thing is to interpret the results very carefully. We will not be interpreting the results as if these are long impacts. When you are building, let's say, 500 or 600 health posts over several years, over 3 or 4 years, you actually can capture some of the impacts immediately. Number one. Number two, we also should not forget that the way our study is designed, and I request all of you to look at our study. we actually capture at least some counterfactual situations. So when you say, what would have happened if the reconstruction was not carried out? For example, we are going to be looking at, let's say, in a highly impacted areas, there may be some wards which actually got to their hospital right now, and the fact that some wards have not received their hospitals makes it easier to interpret result actually, because in the same same highly affected areas, some wards got the hospital, some wards did not get the hospital, some wards got the schools, and some wards did not get the schools. That means we actually can, under some assumptions, which is familiar to economists, we can actually make comparison. That sounds like a counterfactual comparison, because a lot of these districts are economically similar, they're connected, they're topographically similar, and then they had the earthquake. Both of those were affected similarly, and we'll be looking at the data to make sure that they're reasonably similar. And then one got the hospital, the other did not get the hospital. So you can look at least short-term impact on hospital attendance, on school attendance, stuff like that. So in terms of the socio-economic impact, I think we can reasonably interpret some of this data. Number two, and this is, I'm not pointing out who asked this question. I think all of you were concerned about it. Number two is on GDP also, right? So the GDP evaluation is actually relatively easy, not easy, and I'll take back my word, but relatively straightforward, because CBS does these calculations. And what we were mindful about when we were designing this study was, the NRA in itself is not really super big player in the country. It spent around $3 billion or $4 billion in the span of 5 years. When you look at the GDP, in 5 years, the GDP is like $150 billion or something. So in itself, the impact of NRA on GDP is, it's not something we should be very excited about. It's not something we should be, we should be having very high hope about. The reconstruction was also about a lot of socio-economic impact, and that's what we'll be focusing on. And I think in that sense, but we'll also be calculating the impact on GDP, obviously, and using the standard methods that Dr. Suwal and his colleagues were, they were doing in CBS when Dr. Suwal was in CBS. So that is another thing. And let me just go quickly over Mr. Kamran Akbar's remark. So on housing, basically, housing is not only about economic, it's about self-concept, self-perception. I agree with that. And we actually, this is economic study. So, in our belief is we are just measuring whatever, the measurable indicators that we can get, and whether we can connect that to housing, right? We all know that, in many ways, the impact of housing on some of these indicators are very important to many governments, including our own government. I remember in China, for example, I think they have this program where if you have a bad house, they would give you $1,000 in subsidy from state level, and then another $1,000 subsidy from federal government. This program was around, I think it is still there, but it was pretty popular program in 2004-05. And why were they giving money for housing? Because they thought housing not only elevates, an individual's self-assessment, but also in many ways it helps them in many socioeconomic factors. So in our country also we have Janta housing program where we spend a lot of money. We try to build good houses, and we are not trying to build good houses because we think better house is better. A good house is, and it protects you from whatever rain or something. We're also thinking that it not only protects you from rain, it also maybe saves your time, maybe makes your children, makes it easier for your children to study, stuff like that, right? So, housing has a lot of meanings, and that's what most of the expenditure of NRA has gone. And so that's the reason why we thought looking at different socioeconomic factors that can be measurable, obviously, are good for us. So the housing, we have spent a lot of money from NRA, but their impacts are also going to be more. Obviously, if I could capture self-concept or self-perception or other variables, I would have done that. But that takes me to a little bit subjective areas, and I didn't want to do that. Also, I think I really like your question about how does the reconstruction changes the degree of vulnerability in Nepal. I think we'll think about it. I think it definitely does. And reconstruction is, it's not, it does not discriminate against vulnerable or non-vulnerable groups. So it helped all groups, and maybe people who had bad houses, they may be feeling better right now. But again, feeling better, I think I wish, we had, we'll look at some social or anthropological literature to see, how we could measure this thing, but I really like it. Obviously, just because somebody's house is reconstructed doesn't mean, they will be belonging to different community. The vulnerability will be, I think, associated with caste and, I don't know, maybe economic class and other things. So, we have to look at it. We have to look at it, but I think I really appreciate that point. I also appreciate your point that education is not only brick and mortar. The curriculum and other things should also come to realize the full potential of whatever we have done, whatever NRA has done in this country. I totally agree with that. But again, our job right now is what does only brick and mortar does in terms of increasing attendance? Do people at villages look at the school and say, hey, this is not old, about to break building. This is a good building. I wish I could go there, and they attend more. Is this the situation? I think many in this attendance, maybe Dr. Nepal and many of us, we have a memory of going to schools that were really bad, like really bad building or something like that, 50 years ago or whatever. So I'm sure in our time, if we had seen a better school, would have loved to go to that school. So impact on education, I totally agree with a lot of those things. Nigel's impact, again, I agree. I note your point that this looks ambitious. We'll try to sharpen some of the focus in consultation with.
Vishwaji, because of the timing, maybe you may wish to this conclude on your observations. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yes. So I also like Vishalji's comments. I'll just go to one of them, and I'm sure we'll have opportunity to talk to you about a lot of these things about capturing public perception. I think that would take additional work. But your comments on like structuring our first three parts around different evaluation, efficiency, effectiveness, other things, they're very good. We'll take into account your suggestions. Your question about looking at the opportunity cost. I think when we at least in socioeconomic factors, when we run this impact evaluation, the opportunity costs are implicitly there, if I understand your question correctly. About crowding out, we'll look at that. I think that's all. I saw a lot of questions, but I promise that we'll answer all of them later on. Due to time constraint, I would like to stop myself.
Thank you, Vishwaji. Thank you very much. Maybe now, maybe any response from Rajendra?
Subal.
It's your turn. Would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. Most of the questions are covered by Dr. Bishop Powder. Yes, I realize that this study seems to be ambitious, and still, in fact, we are not still very sure on that. The study may limit because of the availability of data that we are looking for. We are, as I said, we are proposing a study survey that in that survey maybe how much we can include the things that we want to get. These comments from the Major Fisher and Vishal Thapa is very valid. I think it is we have taken this as a note. We have noted that down. We will consider your comments and valuable suggestions now. And that's all I think I want to say now. Thank you.
Dr. Suwal, Dr. Saab?
I just want to take just 2-3 minutes. And first of all, I would like to thank all the distinguished commentators who have provided very valuable suggestions. Some of the suggestions can be addressed. Some may be for the future studies because we have a very limited time for this study, and we have to prioritize the areas, the indicators, and the aspects in this study process. And one of the very important points raised by Nigel Fisher is that we have, while we evaluate the achievements of the archaeological progress of the archaeological sites, we have to really focus on evaluate the decision-making process, the very complicated the conflicts in the decision-making process. He also gave the example of Rani Pokhari, and we have to see not only the data but also the process, because reconstruction is a multi-dimensional issue. Therefore, we have to see the different aspects. But since this is a study which focuses on the economic and social impact, we cannot do justice for every dimension. And during the preparation process of compendium, different dimensions have been captured and evaluations have been made. So I think we will dwell particularly on the social and economic aspects, and we will also base our evaluation on the available evidences and data, and the qualitative and perception related information will be used as and when necessary, but more focus will be on the empirical data. And on the title side, generally, we agree. Why we put immediate, because the impacts, social impacts and economic impacts are still emerging, because it has just started. So it may take another 5 to 10 years to become those impacts more apparent or more clear. That's why we put, but we accept your suggestion that we can analyze the immediate impacts, and but also we can we can put forward our evaluation how it will it will go in the long run, how it will evolve in the long run. So in that way, we'll also see the future of the seed that has been shown now. Uh, on the on the comments that was derived from the chat box is that yes, we'll also refer to the changes in the mindset that came from the the earthquake event, that earthquake outbreak, and the reconstruction process that led and that communicated message for the resilient society, resilient infrastructure, resilient structures. So that certainly has impacted on the change of the mindset of the people with regard to the more disaster to reduce the disasters. And on the theory of change, what I can say is that we have not actually developed the theory of change, but we will take the the PDNA as the foundation. What was expected by the PDNA when they were suggested the measures and the policies and measures taken by the NRA in the initial period, and what was expected on what we achieved and what were the constraints. In that way, we are planning to study the impacts of the economic and social impacts, and on the impact of COVID and other events during the reconstruction period, we have to take into consideration all these hindrances and problems, how they impacted. We cannot quantify the negative influence of such impacts, but in a way we can qualitatively say that these have hampered the speed of the reconstruction process. In that way, we will take into consideration these factors also. Finally, of course, this has given message the disaster resilience society for disaster resilience society, but such how the changes of the mindset of the policymakers or decision makers has happened. This can be evaluated on the basis of how much investment they are making, for the what sort of institutional arrangement they are making to achieve these resilient societies. So in that way, we'll go on evaluating the impact of reconstruction, but we'll particularly dwell on the socio-economic impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nepal, Dr. Bisho, and also Dr. Suwal for the addressing the comments and suggestions that is provided by the commentators. Dr. Bishnu Mandari, you would like to say something, maybe 1 or 1.5 minutes or so. Bishnu Mandari, in the technical team, would you like to have a link to Dr. Bishnu Mandari, our executive board member? He would like to say something.
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you. Just
yes,
very,
thank you very much.
quickly, please.
Yes, I have in fact jotted down some of the points which I will share later on, but I just like to say
that will be good,
things. One is that this study should be an overall strategy. Means it not only economics, it has to deal with the social and even the quality of life and the amount of change that has taken place during the 5 years reconstruction period. Number 2, this is a ex-post evaluation of socioeconomic impact that was suggested by the author, Dr. Suwal, but I think it should be like a socioeconomic performance. I think this is the thing. Rest of the things I would like to give suggestion in writing to the team, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vishnu Bhandari. I would like to thank you all. Actually, very, very valid comments and suggestions have been provided, and the study team will be looking into that. I would just like to sort of point out some of the points that I have. I thought that they are very, very important to look into. These from Kamran Akbar. Kamran has also made, and some of the comments that has also come up in the chat box, that is the impact of the COVID-19 in the reconstruction process, and then it may dilute the sort of the sort of perceptions in regards to the reconstruction because of the COVID-19, the sort of new level of impact because of this pandemic has created. So how we can really judge on this, and then that is one of the point that has been mentioned also. I think one of the points that Deependra Sharma has also mentioned in his in the chat box, and also Kamran Akbar has also mentioned on this, and all the commentators have also have the curiosity in this regard. And another point from the preparedness perspective, to what extent Nepal has been prepared for that, our communities have been prepared for that. Maybe certain qualitative sort of the questionnaires can also be designed, and we will be able to pick up some of these sort of the public perceptions, the people's satisfaction, this perspective that can also be looked into. Another point, certainly the financial access. In this regard, there is already sort of the study, and the team has already planning for that. And one of the point that Kamran, you have mentioned is very, very important, is whether this study actually, as Vishal Thapa has also mentioned that, yeah, and then Nigel Fisher has also mentioned that it is really incredibly ambitious study. Certainly that is there. So the suggestions from the Kamranji that we may have to make a look into the sector-wise study in the future. Maybe World Bank and the NRA, we have to design the study from that perspective as well in more details later on also. But at the moment, this whatever sort of designing that is being made, I think we may go ahead at this point of time. And this Nigel had also suggested the different sort of papers in the past, and the scientific papers, and the document that has been prepared, and the company document that has been prepared by Dr. Vishnu Bhandari and the team to look into that. That is also very, very good. And one of the point that has been mentioned in the different times, even in the housing sort of the companion presentation also, while looking into the vulnerable households, the criteria that has been defined, and then on that perspective also, to what extent that we have been able to do these vulnerable sort of households assistance and this support on that. And the longer-term employment opportunities, and that to what extent that we have been able to look into this. Another point that I just would like to, from my side, that this team also would also like to give certain feedback and suggestions to us, to the government, that the government has announced the recovery fund, the Reconstruction Recovery Fund also, around $1 billion was announced, but later on it was not implemented. So what is the reason behind the non-implementation of this proposal, and the guideline that was prepared, but later on it was not actually implemented, and what is the reason behind that? And then even at present, government has also again announced around 50 billion rupees this recovery fund as well from the COVID-19, I think. So in this regard, the non-implementability of the recovery fund during post reconstruction, the effort that would also be helpful for the government to look into at this time in regards to the COVID-19 sort of a framework also. And it is extremely very, very valuable suggestions, Vishal Thapa, you have mentioned. I liked very much in the points that you have mentioned. One of the very important aspects that you have mentioned, that when we are talking about the goals, maybe the goals and objectives of the study, or the goals and objectives of the study of the NRA, and the comparison of that this study on that basis. I think in this regard, maybe at this point of time, that we'll be looking into the certain sort of the objectives, especially focusing on the socio-economic impact of the recovery effort that we have made. But maybe in the future, we certainly maybe we have to be able to evaluate the sort of mandates and the tasks that has been provided to NRA, and the accomplishment and the achievement that we have made till now. That's sort of the study that we also have to look into this. But anyway, the progress till now that will be assessed on the basis of the recent sort of the recovery, sort of the program that we have, the PDRF, the revised PDRF, that is being targeted around $4.88 billion US, sort of the program that has been decided by the steering committee, and then our study is to be maybe evaluated maybe from that perspective. That will be the better way that we can go ahead on this. And the another point that you have mentioned is the this longer-term resilience perspective also to be looked into. And in that regard, the main focus of NRA is whether it is in the reconstruction only or it is in the longer-term resilience in terms of the different other aspects. I would like to mention that if we look into this, the mandate of the NRA as per the Act, this is not only the reconstruction of the physical reconstruction, but also the socio-economic recovery and also the cultural dimension. So in these, all the dimensions, I would like to say the physical reconstruction or the technological dimensions, cultural dimension, social dimension, the economic dimension. I think there are 4 different dimensions that we have to look into and then evaluate the overall reconstruction. But at the same time, when you maybe looking into the opportunity cost perspective also, that we can do. But one of the sort of the perspective that we have to look into is that the availability of the resources in one hand. I think without looking into the constant, we will not be coming up to the actual sort of this the evaluation. Otherwise, it will not be the justice to the reconstruction effort that we are making, the Nepal is making, and the people they are doing. Actually, one of the major reasons, just before in the governance sort of the session, I have also mentioned that one of the major bottleneck or the reason of not having the reconstruction on time is because of the financial constraint. That was one of the major sort of the bottleneck that we faced. So we cannot blame to any sort of the, anyone, because it is the total sort of constraint of the nation itself, of the government itself. So we also have to look into these the constraints and while evaluating the overall sort of this the reconstruction achievements that we have made. And then I'm also fully agree in the capturing the public perspectives or the public perceptions on the reconstruction and this effectiveness of the reconstruction. And in that regard, maybe we may have to design the questionnaire while making the sample survey. And then I think we have to also sit together with the HRRP and the available resources to make the sample survey. Maybe whether 4,000 surveys will be actually be able to capture all sort of this the impact that we are talking about. That is something that we have to also look into because we are talking about the 800,000 houses and the households, and then out of that 4,000 households, how that will, I think we cannot be much more ambitious, but that is also something that we have to also look into. And another point that sort of the study that we have to look into is the constraint that we had. Actually, that is very, very important. Without looking into the constraint, maybe we may not be in a situation to have the actual evaluation. Finally, this I think we certainly have to look into this title of this study also, that this immediate impact. I think we can say the immediate impact. Even when he's talking about the immediate impact, I think let's say in the health sector or the heritage sectors, the reconstruction sort of the work is being left. It is almost only around 50% or 60% of the progress that we have achieved. And then maybe while designing the questionnaires and like that, to what extent the sort of in the areas the people who have already started to receive the services from these sort of the assets that have been created. I think we have to design the samples survey while making the survey of the samples from that perspective. Or this is another sort of the area that we have to look into. Maggie Stevenson and the other different sort of the participants, they have given the very, very valid suggestions looking into this overall sort of the study on this from the longer term perspective, and then the longer term monitoring and learning process that if we can also have, that would also be good. Certainly we can also look into that in the future. This is I think the initiation that we have made, I would like to say, and then as per the demand, as per the need, or the requirement, will be able to have the sort of the study that can be commissioned in the future. And I wish actually all the best to the study team. You have taken the responsibility of very, very ambitious study and that we are thinking about. And maybe Kamranji, we have to sit together again, the World Bank and the government of Nepal, and then design the further impact sort of the study in the sector-based study that we are thinking about also. With this, I think around 15 minutes we crossed actually the time sort of the pressure that we had, and then there was a very very good sort of suggestions that came up. That's why I couldn't interrupt. But I'm sorry that apologize for the people, especially Nigel and the other people who have been around the globe that we are participating, and then spending the time even in the night time. So thank you so much, and I wish all the best. And I would like to close this session formally. Thank you. Maybe Ritaji will be starting the final closing session also. We'll be having very short sort of.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. So finally, we are at the end of this today's session also. This is the second day program of web-based seminar on Nepal's reconstructions, and we are in the closing session today. So in this closing session, I would like to request to chair the program to the CEO of ENRA, Sushil Gawali sir. Similarly, I would also like to request to take a seat to the Secretary of ENRA and to the executive members of ENRA, Dhruva sir and Chandra sir. And also I'd like to request to Dr. Govinda Nepal sir to have a seat for this closing session. So without delay, I would like to request to summing up and show some way forward remarks for the today's program to the Dr. Chandra Bahadur Shrestha sir.
Thank you very much, Sitaji. Respected CEO as well as chair of this session, Secretary, my fellow colleague Dhruva Sharma, our Dr. Govinda Nepal, Vice President of Nepal Economic Association, other participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this is really huge honor for me. I mean, whole day today was so much rewarding because we are a bit arrogant ourselves that we have been delivering. I mean, that is our claim, and that's what we presented today. But I mean, there are also different angles, and that there are different perspectives which we must have to take care of. That is what all established renowned personalities in this field reminded us, and then we should be really humble, and then we should be really modest, and we should not be overclaiming. That is what I after listening all these renowned personalities, I mean, comments, I'm a bit mesmerized, and then also astonished, to be very frank and open. So it is really eye-opening, and it is good. I mean, it will really enrich the paper which the history has entrusted National Reconstruction Authority to prepare the document, and then we will be very sincere, I mean, to prepare these documents. We will not be exaggerating something, we will not be hiding something, we will be very, very much transparent, and we will be as sincere as we can. So since very morning up to today, yesterday it was also, I mean, mind-blowing type of, I mean, sessions. Today as well, I mean, it is really good. I would like to really thank to all presenters as well as commentators. The especially perspective from commentators are really good. And what issues we are taking forward, I mean, to hold today's, I mean, sessions, it won't be possible for me to go to in detail, but I will just highlight. In terms of livelihood, one very fundamental issue came, how to link post-disaster livelihood with intervention, with ongoing livelihood initiatives. There are ongoing livelihood initiatives, but then all of a sudden disaster strikes, and then how to reconcile that with these ongoing livelihood issues. So this is something. And then also post disaster situation, how to interlink with the generic or established livelihood intervention with the disaster-related intervention, and how to handle all of sudden surge of employment opportunities, and then management of this, and and longer-term employment prospect. I think that is one real, very good question it emerges. Similarly, in terms of livelihood, vulnerability, what are the criteria? What are the real criteria? Although, I mean, we, as I mentioned this morning as well, we have taken administrative, I mean, solution, but real solution is to be still explored. Perhaps not only with National Reconstruction Authority, most probably National Planning Commission has been doing also, because this country, by constitution, is moving to our socialist, I mean, state. So we must have to think very poor of the poor, destitute type of, I mean, people, vulnerable people, and what is their definition, and how to handle, how state should handle them is really outstanding issue that we have to grapple on. Similarly, employment through community infrastructure, cash for work, and then employment that can be generated through community infrastructure is the issue. And how far it is successful, how far we can go, what are the limitations. These are the issues that livelihood paper will have to be informed with. Similarly, in rescue and relief, another, I mean, a huge discussion, very profound and fundamental, I mean, discussion took around in rescue and relief as well. And then all three commentators in rescue and relief who handle rescue and relief. For example, myself, I was in a way victim of, I mean, earthquake because my house was damaged, and then I suffered this process, but I was not proactively involved in rescue and relief. But we had perspective from very senior level, Chief Secretary then, Lilamani Podel. He commented, and I mentioned before that we listened something from horse's mouth. And also middle level professional and grassroots level professional. It was very, very excellent, I mean, mixed mosaic of three commentators, which gave us key insight in rescue and relief. That, I mean, Anilji, who is in driving seat under NDRRMA, so he must be benefited. Definitely, National Reconstruction Authority really benefited out of it. And the profound question out of this NDRRMA, risk and relief, was what the present NDRRMA, this structure, can it cope with the disaster preparedness, rescue and relief, and reconstruction, which is expected from it? And this is very extremely fundamental question. And then Lilamani Podel mentioned that, no, it can't. I mean, this is very serious response, actually. I mean, yeah, the NDRRMA, who is state established, with the expectation that it will be able to handle this preparedness, rescue relief, and reconstruction, but he says, no, it can't. So this country, that this nation, state has to respond this, and then what is the appropriate mechanism, vehicle we can create, and then how to implement it. It really demands real discourse, and most probably we can take this discussion of it forward, and most probably will be instrumental to take some meaningful solution out of it. This is the one outcome of this. And roles, responsibilities also were highlighted, because standard procedure, who does what. In this institutional mechanism, there are various different stakeholders, and then some are implementing for public consumption and for publicity purpose. So what are the roles and responsibilities? How can government really lead the rescue relief operation? This is another, I mean, fundamental issue. And the next, I mean, governance, it was another, I mean, a huge area, governance. How was this governance? How was the NRA established? The thinking, discussion around that, and Lilamani Podel also brought very fundamental discussion. What were the assumptions behind, and how it was created? What type of discussion took place around? I have slight different, I mean, opinion, what, I mean, Mr. Lilamani proposed, but I mean, that is also part of the discussion. Whether this type of institution can be only facilitating body, or it has to be also executing body. The reconstruction, I think, only being facilitated in, according to our experience, is not possible. It has to be executive. Reconstruction work can't be facilitating. It has to be executive. And then also our experience with the specialist organization as a delivery agency we used before, they had also some limitations, and they have to be steered. That was the experience, and that is proven true. So I think the Reconstruction Authority has to have teeth. If it doesn't have teeth, and then it can't bite. So I think the modus operandi, what we have, it has to be strengthened. That's what I would say. Whether that can be implemented by NDRRMA or another vehicle has to be defined or has to be established, that is something else. That is the discussion really goes ahead. But we have to take this forward. This discussion has to be taken forward. That we will do. The discussion has not ended. It has begun. So we will go ahead. In terms of impact study, another mesmerizing discussion took place around impact study. All three, actually, commentators, wonderful, presentation from Dr. Govinda Nepal and the team. It was really good. Within this very short period of time, you come up with very concrete, proposal. I really appreciate what you have done. And then also commentators, actually, they were also pathfinder, because the way how they came, they really asked question, are you clear in terms of the scope of this study? This is very much fundamental question. And then we should be really responding it. As NRA, what we really want. Do we want very huge study which is not manageable, or we disaggregate, dissect all these various different things, and then make it implementable? That is very good question, actually. They have challenged in a way us, and then we should come up with satisfactory response for making it meaningful, because ultimately what we want to do is make it meaningful study. That's why it was really good. I am extremely pleased with the outcome of all these discussions, including impact study. What is the outcome of this? We wanted to refine our compendium, except this impact study, other 7 thematic issues. We wanted to refine our compendium and then leave behind as footprint, our footprint. That is what we wanted. But now, it is something like byproduct for us. Byproduct in the sense that we got something like study circle. Now we have reference, group of in the form of participants, in the form of commentators. So we will be. This is not end of the game. Please, I would like to request to all commentators, all participants who contributed here. We have your record, including your email addresses. So this is something like reference group. We will be bouncing our outputs to you, and then we will be seeking your views on this. So this is not the end of the game. This is beginning of the game. Definitely we would like to get your cooperation in due course of time. As a convener of this ICNR, I would like to thank very much. The ICNR Secretariat is extremely pleased with the outcome, and thank you very much. I spoke a bit longer than I should have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chandra sir. You have summarized very well about the whole program of today. So again, I would like to request to our Secretary Ramkrishna Sapkota sir to provide some way forward and some input for the program.
Thank you, Ritaji. I think my turn is to spill out some words of appreciation. Respected Chair CEO NRA Sushil Niwali sir, convener of the webinar Dr. Chandrabhadra Srestha, member of the Executive Committee. We have now former member of the NPC, Professor Govinda Nepal, Chief Executive of the NDRRMA, Head of Missions, and representatives from the development partners, representatives from the government institutions and the NGOs, distinguished commentators, paper presenters, fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and namaskar. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude to Advisory Committee and Steering Committee, Chair, Right Honorable Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli, for the guidance provided to us throughout the reconstruction process and entrusted us this opportunity to serve the country through Nepal's reconstruction. In fact, Right Honorable Prime Minister is closely observing NRA's events and ICNR preparation, which are intended for documentation as well as sharing experiences and the learnings of Nepal reconstruction to the national and international community. I would like to express my gratitude to our respected CEO, Sushil sir, for his tireless efforts and a visionary leadership in action in driving the whole construction process, and more continuous support and time given to the event and ICNR preparation as well. His team approach to quick decision making, strong coordination skills, and tireless support has been instrumental indeed. I'd also like to express my heartfelt thanks to all members of the Executive Committee for their significant inputs in the Nepal reconstruction. This two-day webinar is about to conclude successfully in a few moments, adding enormous values to the reconstruction efforts of Gorkha Earthquake 2015 led by NRA. We understand that this webinar has become possible only with the active participation and support from a number of people and institutions. We acknowledge their efforts and inputs, and we believe that these will be very useful to NRA for its future endeavor, to the NDRIMA and to coming generation, for not forgetting the efforts made so far as an archive of reconstruction history for them. During this closing event, I would also like to thank Dr. Chandra, convener of this symposium, for successfully convening the events like this. Likewise, we are grateful to respected Chair CEO NRA for his comprehensive briefing in all the sessions and his dealing on issues raised by the participants, commentators, and the panelists themselves. I understand how challenging it is to manage an event like this in this COVID-19 situation. Managing event in existing situation that we are facing is not easy. The role of secretariat team has been remarkable for its success. NRA thanks to all the development partners and the institution for the encouragement and participation who have been with us right from the outset of the reconstruction process and who have helped Nepal in hard times. Some of these development partners include the World Bank, ADB, USAID, JICA, DFID, EU, UNDP, Government of India, and the People's Republic of China. In the meantime, our special thanks are due to the following distinguished panelists and commentators in different themes. For example, in private housing theme, it was commentated by 6 eminent professionals, namely Mr. Kamran Akbar from the World Bank with Dr. Nigel Fisher, Dr. Yemen Khan from USAID with Dr. R. Guragai, Mr. R.P. Bhandari from JICA, and Ms. Maggie Stephenson as an independent expert. Likewise, in cultural heritage theme, this was commented by 4 important professionals, Mr. Christian Manhart from UNESCO, Dr. Rohit Jigasu, ICC Rome, Ms. Gu Qianru from Chinese Embassy in Kathmandu, and Dr. Sudarshan Ratiwari as an independent expert. Likewise, public buildings and infrastructure theme was commented by 5 eminent persons, Mr. Lu Yin from Chinese Embassy in Kathmandu, Mr. Krishnallam Sir from JICA, Dr. Yemen Khan and with Dr. Arjun Koirala from USAID, and Mr. Purna Prasad Koderia as an independent expert. Livelihood and economic development theme was also commented by 2 valued commentators, namely Ms. Jasmine Raj Bhandari from the World Bank and Mr. Vijay Singh from UNDP. Similarly, rescue and relief theme was commented by Ramraj Narsimhan from UNDP and Mr. Bipul Nepani from NRCS. And the last but not the least, the second last, I think, governance and institutional arrangement commented by Dr. Marco Zemer from EU and Mr. Lelamani Paudel, former Secretary of the Government of Nepal and a former ambassador to the PRC. Yes, and then about the economic study, work in progress of the NRA impact study commented by Mr. again Kamran Akbar and Dr. Nigel Fisher from the World Bank and Mr. Bisal Thapa as an economist on the theme. So I would like to thank all of them for the roles they have played. In fact, their valuable time and contribution have been highly appreciable. During the discussions, some of them were more critical than the others, which was also valuable for NRA because of the opportunity that has provided for blending those comments into the future course of actions. I also would like to thank all the paper presenters, including Professor Govinda Nepal, and the participants for your time and active participation as well. Your presence has made this even more valuable. The contributions of paper presenters and the response on comments help them not only to clarify but also to add value to the theme being discussed. From the event management side, the ICNR Secretariat with technical team worked very hard. Logistics and ICT part was also managed well. I would like to say thank you to Vikas, Ashok, Deepak, Sandeep, Pardeep, Janardhan, Ritaji, and other team members in managing logistics and ancillary things during the event. Without your tireless effort, it wouldn't have been possible. We understand that. I would also like to thank Dr. Adi Walker, Mr. Samsundar Sharma, and the team from near our facility for providing us technical and logistical support for managing events like this. Finally, we have received many feedbacks on the program. In fact, constructive suggestions from the development partners, government institutions, NGOs, and participants have greatly motivated us. We are grateful to all of them and wish them to continue providing us their feedbacks in the days to come. I have greatly enjoyed the event and feel privileged to get participated, and I hope that all the paper presenters, commentators, and participants enjoyed the webinar, especially focused on development of compendium of Nepal's reconstruction. Having said this, I'd like to thank you all once again, and I hope that we'll continue to receive similar support from all of you to translate the learnings of this webinar to actions. Have a good time. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Secretary Ramkrishna Sakota sir, providing the beautiful words and motivational words for all of us. So, at the end of this closing sessions also, I would like to request to provide the concluding remarks for today's program to the respected CEO sir, and I also would like to say goodbye to all of you from this today's program. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritaji. Thank you very much. Again, our Secretary, Executive Board members, respected Dr. Govinda Nepal, former Planning Commission member, and all the participants here in the room, and also the participating in a virtual means in this closing session. Actually, this 2 days program was really fruitful and very useful to especially to the NRA, especially in regards to the accomplishing the remaining sort of the tasks that the NRA has to do. We have learned many sort of the aspects which we have to also we have somehow missed off this. You have made this certain sort of the eye-opening that Dr. Chandra has also mentioned just now. So we'll certainly look into those sort of the aspects, and then we'll try our best what really that can also be materialized into our own sort of the reconstruction process that is going on. That's the one sort of the point that I would like to mention here. Secondly, all the four papers, I think whatever Dr. Chandra has just mentioned, that in those sort of these main conclusions that is to be drawn, I think that can't be made at the moment because there are many valuable points that we have mentioned, and then our rapporteurs, they have already pointed out those, and these will be documented in the proceeding report of this 2 days webinar also, and also be circulated to you all. and then would be available to the concerned people also. So those valuable sort of the suggestions will certainly be very much sort of this useful for the government in the future as well, not only for the NRA at present, but even for the future. And some of the points that I have pointed out very sort of the shortly, that one of the suggestions that has come up in the different sort of papers, that about the future of the after the closing of the NRA, what will happen, and then how the National Disaster Risk Management, Risk Reduction and Management Authority will be strengthened and will be autonomous enough so that this sort of the tax, the use level of the tax in the disaster management, that can be accomplished in a proper way with the experiences of the NRA itself. And especially it was in the two papers, especially in the rescue and relief and in the governance sort of the aspect of the papers also, that was mainly highlighted. I think in that regard, we have to sit together with the concerned concerned political level, and then and convince and especially to make this NDRRMA more autonomous. I think we have to, within the time frame of the NRA, I think it is our responsibility that this entity will be much more autonomous from its legal perspective, and especially the concern that is coming up that it is to be led by the Prime Minister office, and then it is to be under the OPMCM, instead of being in the Ministry of Home Affairs. Certainly the role of the Ministry of Home Affairs is there, but that's sort of the suggestions that has come up. I think this is one of the area where I think we have to work more closely in the political level, and this maybe in the parliamentarians as well. That is one sort of the point that we have to take the sort of the note from this sort of the seminar that we have made. And the second one, actually, maybe what I have sort of this thought that maybe our different thematic team, maybe the Secretariat will be working on that. Our different thematic team will also be looking into, instead of looking into the progress and the lessons learned, but also the certain sort of the impact that in those different sectors that has been this achieved. Maybe in that perspective, I think all the thematic team will also be working on that, and then we will be able to come up with a certain sort of the conclusions on this as well. This from the impact perspective also. That is another point that I certainly would like to maybe suggest the Secretariat to look into that, and the thematic team that you will be looking into this, so that this sort of the study will be much more enriched. And the another aspect that I think that we have to go this look into is that we have to commission more sort of the specific studies are again needed from the perspective of even the impact and also the different sort of the dimension that has been coming up here. So this sort of the individual sort of the different sector based specific studies, I think we have to commission, and then we'll be certainly looking into that, and then so that all the lessons that have been learned will really be captured. This is the main sort of objective that we have, and then we are already planning for the international conference on coming sort of April 23, 25. And in 2021, which has already been decided by the steering committee. So we have to be prepared for that. So that's why this study, I think this impact study that we also have to complete before that is the sort of timeline that we have, so that we can share sort of our experiences and the learnings through this study also in that this conference also. So with this, I would not like to take more time also. To thank to you all, which our secretary has already mentioned. Actually, without the support from you all, this sort of seminar wouldn't have been sort of this level of the success. And I would like to congratulate this ICNR Secretariat and all the team who have been engaged in this process. Our executive board members, and also all the paper presenters, all the commentators, and the people who have been engaged in this logistic arrangement, communications, and all the media people who have been supporting us for taking the our news to the wider public. we would like to thank to you all. Thank you so much, and it is really, really very, very successful event that we have been it has been possible. We have been able to launch and to complete today, and tomorrow we will be again meeting, and it will be the, I think, Asia Shelter Forum, and we'll be meeting tomorrow again at 9 o'clock, I suppose. Yeah, 12:30. Sorry, 12:30. So I would like to also invite you all who have been participating through this virtual means also tomorrow at 12:30 in the same sort of the linkage, I suppose. Yeah. Yes. So thank you very much, and then I would like to formally close this today's event. Thank you very much.